Rain fell from the crimson-red sky. It hit the bloodied corpses on the ground. A man kneeled in despair. He looked worn out, surrounded by bodies. He let out an agonizing sigh, scanned the area, and commented on how there were various dead people scattered around. He cursed. Then he heard someone say that Oda had completely and utterly failed. He immediately checked behind him. The person continued, saying it didn't expect a human to be that powerful. The protagonist looked below him and cursed. He angrily asked, "Is this thing still alive?" He was referring to the large white creature with wings. This creature was the giant Ohadi. After appearing in the Empire 20 days ago, it was the last of the 3 giants that had brought destruction with an unknown goal. Our protagonist stepped on Ohadi and blamed for the fact that half of the Empire's lands had become a graveyard, all thanks to them. So he asked, "Why is Ohadi still alive?" Ate replied that the man shouldn't fret, because it won't be long. Ate would soon return to their embrace. The man was satisfied with that. He told Ate that his friends who died before him were waiting. Ate asked, "Friends?" The man explained that he was referring to the 2 bastards who descended with him. Our MC narrated that one of them got caught by a nasty red dragon and was burned to a crisp, while the other was sealed eternally by a geezer called Lorne. While grinning, he told Ate that they deserved it since they were damned scumbags. Otto told him to stop concealing the truth. Since the children of the stars could share their senses with each other, the giant was certain that those who challenged them had died in the process as well. More than that, it just meant that powerful ones like the protagonist no longer existed in that land. The man uttered that it was fine, since he's there, completely buzzing with life. Ardo told the man to stop bluffing, because it knew the man's time would come to an end soon as well. It added that it was a relief. Had the man realized his talents sooner and concentrated on his training, he would have been a huge obstacle to their grand will. That triggered our MC even more. He admitted that he had lived a completely messed up life and didn't need to be reminded. He told Otter to shut up and die already. Otter told him that he was an impressive human, and that he should be proud of himself. However, before Otter could finish its sentence, saying that their world would vanish, its head was cut off by the man. It bounced off the ground and landed in the distance. The man's expression was sullen. He muttered to himself, "What do you want me to do when it's already past that?" He stepped on a puddle, exhausted, his expression full of despair. He recalled the time with his friends back then. Someone had sat beside him, smiled at him, and they spent good times together, but then they went off to battle and unfortunately his friend met his end. Our MC found their corpses gathered together. He uttered, "You idiots." He fell to his knees and asked what honor they could possibly find in fighting until they died. He asked if they thought that just because he was strong they could be strong too. He closed his friend's eyes, telling him that they should have taken the hint and run away. He commented that they acted like idiots until the end. He asked why they thought they could stand against giants that deflected the aura of the Empire's strongest swordsman. He wondered why only his sword worked against them. If that weren't the case, someone who wasn't a penalized soldier could have led the attack and perhaps his friends wouldn't have died ahead of everyone else. Deep sadness was evident in our MC's eyes. He felt lost, darkness filling him until he heard someone ask if there was anyone there. He immediately looked up. The owner of the voice expressed that she couldn't move due to an injury. The man recognized the voice and was relieved that she was alive. The person kept calling out, hoping someone would respond. With renewed hope, the MC moved toward the voice. Though he struggled to move, he endured until he reached an injured woman propped against a boulder. He was pleased she was still alive, but his expression quickly turned to worry when he saw that her arm had been cut off. He called the woman by name, Adeshan. He bit his lip and decided to tease her instead, saying that for someone in command, she was in quite the dire situation. The woman remembered his name, Ronan, a corporal, and told him that he didn't look so well either. Meanwhile, Adeshan remained serious and asked if Atu was dead. Ronan replied that he killed it, and the body wasn't far. Then Ronan noticed something. Adeshan shed tears of joy. She thanked him for defeating the giant. Ronan remained silent for a moment, then told her that if she was thankful she should listen to his request. He talked about the cleanup of the disciplinary soldiers. Usually as per regulations they were abandoned or burned, but Ronan asked if they could be cleaned up properly this time. Adeshan replied that she wasn't sure about that, especially when Ronan looked more alive than her. She suggested it was better if he personally looked after those soldiers. He replied that he couldn't, then coughed, showing that he had coughed up blood. There was no way he was more alive. He uttered that he could die any second. He shared that he had been fooling around most of the time, so he didn't accomplish much. Now it felt unfair that he was going to die. Adeshan asked him what he would want to do if he survived. He replied that there were a lot of things he wanted to do, but the only thing he could think of right now he paused was attending the academy. Something others had said bothered him, but more than that, he remembered his late sister's wish to send him to the academy. But he knew that soon, he would be reunited with her. His family, Adeshan told him that when the rain stopped, the search party would arrive, but Ronan insisted that he was already a lost cause. He told her it was useless to say otherwise. They had stopped talking when the sun shined brightly after the last rainfall. Adeshan and Ronan were surprised that the storm had suddenly stopped. Then the ground shook. They were both alarmed. Ronan wondered what the hell was happening. His eyes widened as he noticed something. A creature with 8 wings had appeared, and along with it several more creatures arrived. These winged creatures filled the sky. There were hundreds of them. Ronan asked where they came crawling out from. Adeshan's face was filled with anguish as she realized that the 3 giants weren't the end of it. She uttered that, in the end, she couldn't save the world for the 3rd time. Her mind was filled with regrets. But Ronan kept calling her name. Ronan's loud voice brought her back to her senses. He told her to get a hold of herself. Then he suggested that she use telekinesis or something to shoot him upwards since his sword couldn't reach them from the ground. Adeshan was confused. He replied that if they weren't going to kill those creatures, then who would? She was surprised that he was still willing to fight in that situation. Ronan didn't hesitate to reply, yes. Rather than sitting still and waiting to die, he declared that even if he dies, he'll still strike those bastards. Adeshan was baffled that he wasn't giving up, even in that hopeless situation. Now she realized, that's the kind of man he was. And because of that, they were able to get this far. She began thinking, maybe if it's Ronan, her wish would be fulfilled. She was silent for a moment, then decided to call his name. He told her he was busy and that she should stop talking, but to his surprise she kissed him. His mind couldn't process it. She transferred a small blue orb into his mouth. He complained, asking what that was, but then she whispered something he couldn't fully comprehend. He got mad at her for saying nonsense at a time like this. Adeshan addressed Ronan once more and told him that if he met her again he should tell her not to do anything stupid and to become a tailor. She explained that she had done a lot of things but nothing quite like that. He stared at her. Meanwhile, while the two were busy, the winged creatures were preparing to attack. A bright light filled the area. It was a massive explosion. The small blue orb that had been transferred to Ronan seemed to fall from the sky. Then Ronan woke up. He saw a bright blue sky. He stood up and began looking for the Grand Commander. But when he saw the green field before him, he stopped. He was baffled. The sight was familiar to him. His hands caressed the grass. He looked around and realized he was in his hometown Neiman. He wondered if he had truly returned to the past. Folks, this marked the protagonist Ronan's first day since regression. Ronan's head still hurt from all this information. He thought to himself that the Grand Commander's words were really true. Right before they were attacked by the giants, that lady did something. She transferred a blue orb to him. Adeshan had revealed that this orb could turn back time. She also told him about her previous life. Before she obtained the orb, she was just a normal tailor. But the power of the orb allowed her to regress back in time. That's when she became the commander of the empire. This orb only allowed for regression, and Adeshan had already used it 3 times. She gave the orb to Ronan so he could use the 4th chance. She believed that the power to slay the giants was within his hands. He was the key to stopping the world's destruction. She also whispered to Ronan that this chance would give him more time to sharpen his abilities. It would also allow him to fulfill his dream of going to the academy. Grand Commander Adeshan also told him the name of the best academy he should go to, and that was Phileon Academy. It was a place full of people who could help him grow stronger. As mentioned earlier, Adeshan had requested one thing from Ronan. She wanted him to remind her to pursue her dream of becoming a tailor. Back in the present, Ronan was still confused. He thought it might all be a dream, so he tried to wake himself up. But if all of this were real, he didn't know what to do first. As he tried to process his current situation, he remembered something important. He picked up a stick that was near him and quickly ran back home because at this time his sister was still alive and well. He passed through a crowd too excited to see his sister again. He even had a smile on his face. But as he rushed down the road, he noticed something and stopped. He saw a bunch of young boys bullying someone. The poor boy was hanging upside down. Ronan sighed, recognizing the group. He thought to himself that these guys never change, even in the past. He was about to continue on his way home, but something caught his attention. He saw that the child wasn't being hanged with a rope, but with magic. Ronan looked around for the one using magic, knowing that such a power was rare and extremely useful on the battlefield. That's when he saw him, a boy with red hair. This boy was the one using magic. The red-haired child wondered how long he needed to maintain his spell. If this kept going, something bad might happen to the hanging child. The boy was pleading and begging the others to let him go. He said he really didn't have any money and that his mother's medicine this month had been too expensive. Then a boy with golden hair, clearly the leader of the group, told him he didn't care about his mother. He slapped the boy and said that if he really wanted to be a filial son, he should have earned more money this month. The other boys just laughed and watched. The bully then turned his attention toward the guy who used magic. He told him that since the boy wasn't coming to his senses, he should be lifted to the top of the tree. The red-haired person tried to stop him from giving this order, but his protest was denied. He had no choice. If he didn't follow the command, he would end up like the poor boy. The bully even intimidated the guy who could use magic. He was a coward, and we found out that his name was Asel. He then thought about how he had ended up in this situation. It all started with his desire to show everyone that he was good at using magic. Asalzel's hands were shaking. He wanted to refuse the bully's command, but he was just too scared. He was about to ask them to stop, but something interrupted him. It was a strike from a stick. The attack came from Ronan. He told Asal to stop casting his magic. As Asel lost focus, the poor boy fell to the ground. The bully became furious with Asel and was about to turn his attention to the red-haired boy, but someone stopped him. Ronan told Asel not to mind the bully and to just talk with him. Ronan asked Asel where he had learned to use telekinesis magic. He did this while completely ignoring the bully. The magic user revealed that he had just bought a cheap grimoire from a peddler. Our MC was amazed because such an impressive ability came from something so cheap. He thought that he needed to observe this ability more closely. It would really help him in the future to defeat the giants. But his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a familiar sound. Ronan turned to see that the bully had drawn his sword. The guy was furious about being ignored. He rushed toward Ronan, but our MC didn't feel threatened by a young boy using a real sword. He even wondered where the guy had gotten such a long sword. Ronan also noticed how bad his posture was. Since the bully wasn't actually strong, his strike didn't even reach Ronan. It was shocking. Ronan easily dodged his attempt. Even though he was back in his younger body, something hadn't changed. His battle sense developed from his previous life remained intact. The golden-haired bully tried to save face by saying Ronan was just lucky today and that he would spare his life. All Ronan had to do was pay him some respect. These taunts might have passed, but the bully went too far when he mentioned Ronan's sister. He told Ronan that, if he were to die today, he'd take good care of his sister. The bully added that her tight and jiggly ass would be really nice to grab onto, but he wasn't able to finish his sentence. Ronan had no time or patience for that kind of talk. He swiftly used the wooden stick he was holding and struck the bully. Blood started to flow. With a single strike, the guy's ear was cut off. It took him a few seconds to even understand what had happened. He dropped his sword and started screaming in pain. The others with him were terrified. Ronan then approached the bully. Our MC still wore a serious expression. It was at that moment the bully realized he had truly messed up. Ronan uttered, "Do you want to die?" The winner of the fight was clear. The bullies were about to help their leader, but none of them dared come near Ronan. He had cut someone's ear off using a wooden stick. Ronan then addressed the others. He told them to run if they didn't want to end up like their leader, but before they could run he commanded them to leave all the money they had stolen from the poor boy. These guys knew they had no chance against Ronan, so they quickly complied. After a few minutes the boy was given his money back. The poor boy told Ronan that the amount he received was far more than what was stolen from him, but Ronan said he could keep all of it. He didn't need the money. As a result, the boy thanked our MC with all his heart. While they were talking, Isel stood silently beside them. He apologized to the poor boy, saying he was just too scared to defy the bully's orders. Yusel continued to say sorry, and the poor boy was speechless. He then revealed that he already knew Esel's situation. He smiled and told the magic user that it wasn't his fault. Esel's apology was appreciated. After that, the poor boy said his goodbyes to Ronan and Esel. These two were now left alone. Our MC looked at Esel for a moment. This one really doesn't look like a boy to me, he thought. Ronan had the same perspective. He even addressed Esel as a girl. After that, Ronan spoke about the business he had with Esel. He told him to meet him at the same place 4 days from now. Esel tried asking more questions, but Ronan didn't answer. Before leaving, our MC reminded Esel that he'd better come or he'd find out what would happen if he didn't. Esel was left alone. For now, we'll continue referring to Esel as a boy, although he really looked like a girl to me. After a while, our MC arrived in front of their house. He even brought some flowers for his sister. He remembered that she liked those, but feeling too embarrassed, he was about to throw them away. Luckily, his sister noticed his presence and opened the door. Her voice stunned our MC. He didn't know what to do next. When his sister died in his past life, he had always questioned what he would do if he ever saw her again. It was one of his biggest regrets. But now the situation was different. He had been given another chance. His sister now stood in front of him with a bright and sweet smile. She was even glad that her brother was back home early today. Ronan was too emotional to speak right away. Then he finally said to his sister that he was back. These were the only words he could think of. Inside the house, his sister immediately prepared food for him. She also teased her brother, saying she never thought a day would come when she would receive flowers from Ronan. This lady's name was Ilel. Ilel was clearly happy to receive such a simple gift from our MC. Because of this, she kept asking her brother if he wanted more stew, which Ronan declined, as he was already full. Ronan then asked his sister about her age this year. He found out that she was already 22 years old. He needed this information because he was curious about the current timeline of this world. Our MC thought that he now had 10 years left before the giants would invade their world. Esel then approached Ronan and checked his temperature. She was wondering why her brother was acting a little weird today, but this was the same yield that our MC remembered, bright, kind, and warm. He wished this moment could last forever. That thought reminded Ronan of something he needed to do. He then informed El that he had something important to tell her. His serious expression caught her off guard. Our MC told his sister that he was planning to enter the academy. Alo couldn't process the information right away, but as soon as she realized what he meant, her face brightened up. She was really glad to hear this from her brother. Leolem quickly ran somewhere inside the house and started throwing things around. She was looking for something she had prepared for this very day. This lady brought out a huge pot. Ronan peeked inside and saw that it was filled with gold coins. This was Aleil's gift for her brother. The pot was full of more than enough gold to send him to an academy. She had kept this as a secret, planning to surprise him. Ronan didn't expect this from his sister. He appreciated the gesture, but he told her that the amount of money was still not enough. Our MC then revealed the name of the academy he wanted to attend. It was the Imperial School Phileon Academy. Hearing this, Il made a confused expression. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs, realizing what her brother meant. Phileon Academy was considered the Empire's leading educational institution. It was filled with the most outstanding professors from all over the world, backed by great imperial funding. It was also known as the Factory of Heroes. Grand Commander Adeshan graduated from there. It was where Swordmaster Phileon studied. Even the infamous criminal known as the Winter Witch came from that place. Our MC knew that all of these people played significant roles in the battle against the giants. The academy was even recommended by Adeshan herself. The only problem was that Phileon Academy had extremely high entrance standards and insane tuition fees. But these challenges didn't stop our MC, not especially when his sister was cheering for him the entire time. That thought made him more determined than ever to prove he could pass the exam and enter the academy. But before he could begin that journey, our MC saw someone unexpected along the way. It was Asel. Our MC accidentally called her Mauled, which she quickly corrected. This red-haired person came because of our MC's scary threat, but Ronan hadn't meant it seriously. Since Asel was here, Ronan told her that they would be busy tonight. He would conduct a test. Asel was confused. He hadn't expected a test so suddenly. Ronan then revealed that he wanted Asel to use his telekinesis spell on him to lift him as high as he could. Asel tried to explain that the move was too dangerous, but Ronan insisted. He was sure he'd be safe, as long as Asel followed instructions. With that, Asel began casting his spell. A blue aura surrounded his body. The spell he used was called Invisible Hand, and it was directed at our MC. Ronan was shocked. He could really feel the magic on his body. His feet began to lift from the ground. After a few seconds, Ronan was thrilled. He had risen impressively high. It was more powerful than he had expected. The feeling reminded him of the spell he had used while fighting a giant. Although it still lacked height and stability, back then he had been supported by Empire mages. Telekinesis had allowed our MC to fight the giants on equal footing. Combined with his mysterious ability, this was the key he needed. Ronan smiled. He hadn't expected to find someone this early to assist him in his journey. Asel had just become the most important ally he needed in the battle against the giants. Our MC grinned. This was a great start to his quest. But after a few more seconds, Asel was already struggling to maintain control. Ronan told him to hold it a little longer. He still wanted to test something. He told Asel that he would bring himself down, which confused the red-haired boy. Our MC brought out his weapon, then slashed the air. Asel was amazed. He realized that Ronan had just slashed the mana and cut off his telekinesis spell. As soon as Ronan landed, Asel asked him about the technique. It was the first time he had ever seen someone cut mana. But his questions weren't answered. Ronan himself didn't know why the phenomenon occurred. Our MC thought that his mysterious ability was another part of the puzzle, something he needed to investigate. As of now, his hypothesis was that his sword aura could cut through mana, and that might be one of the reasons why he was the only one who could defeat the giants. But he didn't need to rush figuring this out, because he still had to focus on something more important. After that quick test, Ronan informed Asel that he had passed. He then gave Asel the extra bag he had. Our MC told him that they had something to do before the moon disappeared. This task was so important that it could be considered the first page in Ronan's saga, which he branded as the greatest historical record in the Empire. The two continued their journey. He tried to confirm if what he heard was true, since the said academy only accepted the Empire's elite. Our MC got annoyed because Asel kept repeating the same questions. He assured him that the plan was indeed happening, but Ronan also asked if Asel wanted to enter the academy as well. Asel admitted that he did want to go, but he had no great talent. On top of that, he confessed he was a coward, too timid and afraid. Our MC had enough of this mindset. He asked Asel if he really wanted to live his life like that. That question gave Asel a sudden realization. He thought that he was truly wasting his potential. Ronan didn't deny that Asel had these negative traits. He admitted that Asel was a crybaby, a loser, and scared of everything. But all of those things were fine because he still had the chance to change. Ronan reminded Asel that time is the most important asset in this world. Every second that passes can never be taken back. And if Asel didn't start changing now, he would eventually regret everything. Our MC meant every word. because they were based on his personal experiences. His past life was full of regrets. Ronan then asked Escel if he could start making these changes now. Meanwhile, from Escel's perspective, he never expected Ronan to have so much concern for his well-being. But since he didn't respond right away, our MC resumed walking. That's when Escel finally spoke. He said the words Ronan had been waiting for. Escel wants to change, and he would go with Ronan to Phileon. Our MC turned to Escel and told him that this was the first time he ever acted manly. But all of this had already been planned by Ronan. You could see it from his expression. Later that night, their first mission had already begun. Escel was shocked after being briefed by our MC. The two were now observing something in the distance. This was the first hurdle that Escel needed to overcome. Our MC brought Escel to his first opponent, the one he needed to face to improve his skills. This opponent was none other than the Lunar Goblin. At the moment, all of the monsters were asleep. Ronan had a bright aura about him. He felt this was the perfect time to execute their plan. He even had a determined expression when he said, "Now then, why don't we get started?" The lunar goblins were a type of monster commonly found in this area. People could distinguish them from normal goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. But what truly set them apart was their addiction to gold and other treasures. These goblins often ambushed merchants to steal goods. Once they gathered enough treasure, they would put it all in one place and celebrate. They usually held these festivals on nights with a full moon. And as planned, the night they saw this group of lunar goblins, there was a full moon. Escel began to tremble, realizing what their mission was about. Ronan revealed that they were going to steal the treasure that night. Escel was confused. This was the first time he had ever heard of such festivals. He asked Ronan how he knew this information, but our MC couldn't really answer. This knowledge came from his previous life. Ronan then wrapped his arm around Escel and told him to use his telekinesis skill to move the treasure into their bags. Escel hesitated. He told Ronan it wasn't that easy. He was still worried about making a mistake and waking the goblins. That was exactly the kind of situation they had to avoid. Escel asked Ronan if they could think this plan through one more time. But Ronan only called him a coward. Ronan then explained why the plan had to work. They needed two things to enter Phileon Academy. Money, to afford the tuition fees. 2. Real battle experience. He explained that the aristocrats being sent to Phileon had been trained since birth. If they wanted to compete, they had to gain experience by risking their lives. This was the most effective way. The lunar goblins were the perfect opponents. This mission would give them both money and combat experience, like hitting two birds with one stone. Escel had no choice but to cry. He knew that Ronan's statements were all true. And since the plan was decided, our MC told Escel to begin casting his telekinesis spell. The night continued peacefully. In the silence, the treasures were being transferred, one by one. Ronan's and Escel's bags were slowly being filled. These items were the last ones inside the goblin's treasure chest. Escel focused deeply on maintaining his control. He didn't want to mess up. They had emptied the goblin's treasure chest. Our MC smiled, seeing that the transfer had been a success. Their bags were even glowing from the treasures inside. 2 bags completely filled. And it was all worth it. Ronan praised his buddy for doing such an amazing job, but all along he knew that Escel could really do it. He even thought that this guy was better than he had expected. Ronan's eyes and smile then shifted into a devilish expression as he thought to himself that he had gained a really good minion. He began to pack everything up as their mission was complete. He told Escel that they should head back now. They needed to hurry before anything went wrong. Ironically, Ronan seemed to have jinxed it. As something stirred in the forest, 2 men were running at top speed, trying to chase a bird. Their loud shouts alerted Ronan and Escel, who wondered who these people were as they had just caused chaos in the forest. The noise those 2 created also woke up the goblins. Their leader immediately checked the treasure and realized it had been emptied. The goblin panicked, wondering where their shiny treasures had gone, and quickly alerted the rest of the group. This all happened within seconds. They had a quick meeting, and while trying to figure out where their treasures had disappeared to, the goblins noticed 2 humans trying to escape. Ronan and Escel knew they had been found out. The goblins immediately rushed toward them. Asel panicked. He didn't know what to do and fell to his knees, too scared to move. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. Things had gone too smoothly until now. Asel suggested that they should run and leave the bags behind, but Ronan remained calm. They would not run or throw away the bags just because of these goblins. Besides, they had no other way to pay their tuition fees if they lost the treasure. The monsters were closing in, but Ronan was still checking his weapon. He thought that the longsword was made of cheap steel, but it should withstand 15 attacks. The only problem was that the goblins who had jumped toward them numbered around 30. Asel could only watch in fear as the goblins attacked. He even warned Ronan to be careful, but for our MC, 15 attacks were more than enough to deal with these monsters. He made a wide slash and instantly took down 3 goblins. Their heads flew off. Asel was shocked, witnessing the scene. Ronan exclaimed that he still had 14 attacks left. What a chad! The crows around the forest squawked as if reacting to the chaos. The lunar goblins had been annihilated by a single human. Ronan managed to defeat all of them. Asel couldn't believe what he had seen, but his eyes hadn't deceived him. Ronan had done it. He recalled that first slash which defeated 3 goblins in an instant. As for the rest of the mobs that followed, they all met the same fate. He remembered how Ronan disappeared for a short moment, and then one by one the goblins started to fall, their limbs chopped off. Ronan had displayed amazing swordsmanship. These monsters had no chance against our MC. Asel thought that he had just witnessed a true genius. When the fight was over, Ronan snapped as out of his daze. He couldn't afford to space out like that. Our MC smiled and told him that it was time to get ready to go home. The night was still young as they walked back. The weight of the treasure-filled bags started to take a toll on their bodies. Ronan even complained about his muscles being sore from the short fight. He thought to himself that he would do some intense physical training tomorrow to strengthen his muscles. Asel then asked Ronan about the noise that had alerted them, and the goblins. But Ronan had no idea either. He was still annoyed that the loud voices had interrupted their perfect plan. He thought those people were out of their minds screaming in the middle of the night. But as they peacefully walked back home, an arrow was suddenly pointed at them. A few seconds later the arrow flew aimed directly at Asel. Asel managed to notice it, but it was already too close. Luckily, Ronan caught the arrow mid-air before it reached him. Asel panicked, realizing what would have happened if Ronan hadn't caught it. Our MC began scouting the area and commented that the forest was full of lunatics. He then saw 2 men, one of them holding a bow. Ronan became furious when the 2 referred to them as children. The unknown men approached. One of them apologized for firing the arrow, claiming that they thought Ronan and Asel were monsters due to the noise. He gave this alibi while eyeing the treasures inside Ronan's bag. The 2 exchanged a look as if silently communicating. Ronan didn't accept their apology. He already knew they were lying. Our MC demanded that they stop pretending and answer properly. He now wore a serious expression. He asked them to reveal their identities. The 2 weren't expecting such a response from what they thought were just kids. The man with the bow slowly approached Ronan, trying to make small talk while preparing a hidden weapon. A few seconds later, he revealed their identity. He told Ronan that they were called Kalboro and then swung his weapon at our MC. Ronan, recognizing the term Kalboro, caught the man's hand and prevented the attack. Our MC reacted quickly and counterattacked. His punch was powerful enough to knock the man unconscious. Ronan recalled the name and commented, "Ah, those trash bastards." The other guy, seeing his comrade fall, started to rush forward. Asel noticed this and quickly used his telekinesis, calling out to Ronan. At the very last second, Asel managed to cast his spell toward them. The opponent was frozen in his tracks. He didn't know why he couldn't move. This scene made our MC smile. He was truly impressed by what Asel had done. Ronan didn't waste the opportunity his friend had created and disarmed his opponent. The sharp dagger fell into Ronan's hands, and he used it to finish the attacker off. The man didn't even understand what had happened. His body simply couldn't react in time. A loud scream echoed throughout the forest as the man's body collapsed to the ground. Asel freaked out and immediately asked Ronan if the opponent was dead already. Ronan calmly told him, yes, he had no plans of sparing someone who had just tried to kill them. On top of that, our MC told Asel that these two belonged to a group called Kelbaro, a notorious criminal organization known for committing every crime imaginable. They were also considered the most evil poaching group in the Empire. Ronan explained that what he did was necessary. If he hadn't acted, their organs would probably be the ones getting harvested right now. It was also considered a crime to let such people go, especially after learning their identities. As they were about to leave the area, Ronan felt a strange presence. The two of them noticed a bag that had suddenly started moving and jumping on its own. Ronan and Asel cautiously approached it, thinking it might be a poached animal. Our MC opened the bag and a pair of glaring eyes stared back at him. After a few seconds, the creature inside flew out. It was a small, blue flying animal that now hovered in the air in front of them. Ronan was confused. He wondered what the hell this chicken thing was, but it wasn't a chicken, it was a cute, blue bird. And Sale was amazed, having never seen anything like it before. Ronan admitted that it was the same for him. As the blue bird floated in front of them, Ronan noticed a shackle on its feet. He immediately recognized it as a Kelbaro poaching shackle. Its purpose was to disrupt the wearer's mana and restrict movement. Our MC recalled that these shackles were usually used in rare cases, especially for capturing fantastical creatures. This realization hit Ronan hard. He now understood something important. Then a mysterious voice began to speak from the creature. A magic circle appeared on its head, and after a few seconds, the voice became clearer. The voice claimed that something had finally linked. Startled, both Ronan and Asel took a step back. Asel was scared, thinking the bird was talking, but Ronan explained that it was just communication magic. Our MC then looked at the bag the creature had been trapped in and concluded that it might have the power to block mana. Soon the true owner of the voice revealed himself. It was a mysterious figure named Vaughn who appeared through the magical connection. Vaughn introduced himself as a researcher studying fantastical beasts at an institution. He told Ronan and Asel that the bird's name was Mars, and that it had been a long time since he was able to reconnect with it. Vaughn then asked the two about their identities. Ronan replied that they were just passers-by. He told Vaughn that they had encountered poachers who had kidnapped Mars. Ronan thought about explaining how he rescued the bird, but he hesitated. There had been too much bloodshed. It didn't feel right to share all the details with Vaughn, so he simply said they saved Mars from the poachers. Vaughn didn't expect poachers to target his fantastical bird. He said he was now in debt to Ronan but wasn't sure how to repay him. Ronan told him that repayment wasn't necessary. Their main concern now was how to return Mars to Vaughn. The bird seemed tired, judging by its appearance. Our MC asked if Mars could fly properly if the shackle were destroyed. Vaughn confirmed that it could. He added that Mars had excellent instincts and would be able to return without a problem. With a swift motion, Ronan drew his sword and slashed the shackle cleanly off Mars's feet. Ronan then affectionately called the bird Bluey, and told it to return to its dad, who was surely worried. At that moment, Mars looked at our MC with eyes full of wonder, captivated. Before it could fly away, however, it did something strange. Mars began shoving its rear toward Ronan. Ronan was annoyed and confused by the gesture. Vaughn explained that Mars wanted Ronan to pluck one of its feathers. This act symbolized that Mars wanted to meet its savior again. The feather would serve as a compass to find him in the future. After Ronan gently took the feather, Mars spread its wings and began to fly away. Vaughn said his thanks and goodbyes, expressing hope that Ronan and Asel would visit the institution someday. Mars's speed in flight was remarkable. It even wore a cute smile on its face as it returned to Vaughn. Ronan was stunned by how fast the bird was. Asel suddenly pointed something out. He noticed something in Ronan's hand. Both of them turned their attention to it. Confused by what they were seeing, they wondered aloud what exactly it was that had appeared on Ronan's hand. A few days later, Ronan and Asel arrived at a caravan. All around them, people were busy loading and unloading goods to be traded. Among the traders, one man was closely examining a jewel. This old man was the owner of the Karabul merchantry. His name was Duan Karabul. He was now offering 20 gold for the jewel. impressed by its purity and craftsmanship. Many other items were also being appraised that day. Mr. Dewan claimed it must be his lucky day. The people he was speaking to were none other than Ronan and Asil. They were there to sell the loot they had collected from the goblins during their last mission. Ronan was also glad because he finally found someone who was appraising the treasures at a fair rate. All the other merchants in the area had tried to rip him off, buying the treasures at very low prices. Ronan then shook hands with Mr. Dewan. The two immediately developed mutual respect for each other. As the negotiation was about to end, Ronan reached into his pocket. He wanted to show the old man one more thing to appraise. Ronan brought out a mysterious-looking egg. Its shell was colored like the galaxy. Mr. Dewan began checking and analyzing the egg. It turned out that the egg was from Mars. It had been left behind. This mysterious egg radiated a strange and powerful aura, and Ronan had no idea what it was. At first the two thought that the bluebird had repaid their kindness by leaving poop. This idea annoyed our MC, and in frustration, he decided to throw the egg at a huge rock. The impact was powerful enough to crash the rock, but it didn't even leave a crack on the egg. Ronan and Asil were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Back to the present, the appraiser was still examining the egg while Ronan stood patiently, knowing this item might be worth something. The old man continued to concentrate on the egg, forming a conclusion based on its appearance. Ronan's face lit up, thinking he was finally about to learn the egg's true nature. But his hopes were crushed when Mr. Dewan concluded that the egg might just be hardened horse poop. Ronan denied the claim, and the old man admitted he had no idea what the item actually was. He advised Ronan to go to a specialized place to get it appraised. This remark only made Ronan more curious, and he decided not to sell the egg. Meanwhile, Asil was still wondering if it really was just hardened poop. Ronan then asked the old man if he sold books related to Phileon Academy. He explained that they were planning to take the Phileon entrance exam and had no information about it yet. Mr. Dewan was glad to hear this. The timing was perfect, as his own daughter was also preparing for the entrance exam. He said she could help them. A few seconds later, a young woman arrived and asked her father what was going on. Mr. Dewan told Ronan and Asil that this was his daughter. Both of them turned their attention toward her. This blonde girl was named Maria Kurabel, the only daughter of the old man. Ronan's attention locked onto her the moment he heard her name. He kept staring at this waifu's face. Maria had green eyes and a sharp-looking face. Mr. Dewan then introduced Ronan and Asil as customers who had just completed a big deal with them. Maria's rough language earned her a quick scolding from her father. Mr. Dewan apologized, explaining that Maria grew up in commerce and had developed a blunt way of speaking. Asil assured the old man that it was fine, but Ronan suddenly started walking toward Maria. Our MC stood in front of the lady and questioned her identity. He asked if she was really Maria. She confirmed that she was and even added that her middle name was Sen. Now Maria was curious, how did Ronan know that? Meanwhile, Ronan was lost in thought. He was thinking about someone he used to know, someone who looked just like the girl standing in front of him. The only issue was that the person he knew had a different body type. Ronan finally decided to just ask Maria something. He asked her to lend him an ear. Maria leaned in, wondering what he was about to say. Then Ronan whispered bluntly, asking if she had that thing down there. Yes, our ever-so-straightforward MC asked the lady if she had a dick. Maria stared at him, completely caught off guard by the question. She was shocked and speechless, while Ronan still wore a completely serious expression. He wasn't joking. After a moment, Maria finally processed what he had said. She was too stunned to speak. Ronan added that no matter how he looked at her, it seemed like she didn't have one. This made Maria even more annoyed. Ronan continued thinking, wondering if there was any chance he had made a mistake. But before he could continue, a blurry motion came at him. It was Maria's hand. She slapped the life out of him and told him to shut up. Ronan didn't have time to dodge it, but the sensation he felt was familiar. The pain from the slap was identical to one he had experienced before. He looked at Maria again, and now she bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past, Count Maria Sen. A quick flashback began. Ronan had met Maria Sen back when he was a disciplinary soldier stationed in a place called Marlin. Maria had been in charge of supplies. The two had shared a great relationship. Maria had an easygoing attitude, and Ronan had even concluded back then that she was an impressive person. The only odd thing was how Maria would get unusually angry whenever the soldiers talked about dicks. Our MC also noticed Maria's habit of slapping people when annoyed. He had always been curious about her, but never got the chance to ask. Maria died in the war long before Ronan did. She had fallen in battle against the angels. Back in the present, Ronan smiled. He finally understood why Maria acted the way she did back then. She was a girl. All the soldiers had assumed she was just another guy like them. Maria, now annoyed to see Ronan smiling again, moved toward him to teach him a lesson. But our MC simply bonked her lightly on the head, stopping her in her tracks. Ronan told her to stop acting up. As she had already slapped him once, Ronan told Maria that he let her do that because he was in the wrong just now, but this warning wasn't enough to stop her from attacking him again. Ronan received a powerful headbutt. The two started fighting once more, looking like children arguing over candy. Essel and Mr. Duan couldn't believe what they were seeing. They could only watch as Ronan and Maria kept going. Since the fight wasn't stopping, they were eventually forced to break the two apart. Later that day, after things had calmed down, all of them were inside a tent. Essel wore a confused expression. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just a while ago the two had been fighting, and now they were acting like they had known each other for a long time. Ronan and Maria were deep in discussion. It turned out they were talking about their weapons. Maria gave her input on how to use them more effectively. She wondered why Ronan was carrying 3 swords and a magic wand. Our MC then revealed that he used swords heavily, so he carried spares in case one broke. Among the 3 swords, Maria concluded that the black iron sword was the best. She explained that black iron was known for its sturdiness, and most knights sought after such a weapon. Maria told him that although she didn't know how he used his sword, she was confident it wouldn't break. This was also the first time Ronan realized that his favorite weapon was made of black iron. She continued, saying the wand also had a good magic stone embedded in it. That left only the other 2 weapons to talk about. Maria then turned to Essel and asked if this cutie was the rare mage Ronan had mentioned. Essel nervously confirmed it. Maria asked what kind of magic he could use, and he told her it was telekinesis magic. This information shocked Maria because she knew how rare that type of magic was. She even mentioned that Essel could easily get a scholarship with it. With that settled, the blonde girl turned to Ronan, saying he was now the only problem for the upcoming practical exam. She asked him what he was planning to show the judges, especially techniques that could capture their interest. Ronan clearly had no idea there was such a requirement. Maria then explained that the practical exam was the part where applicants needed to impress the professors and prove they were capable. She emphasized that even if someone didn't do well in the theory exam, they could still pass if they excelled in the practical. She added that if applicants failed to prove their worth, they should forget about getting into the academy. Ronan sighed, thinking this only made things more complicated. In his mind, a swordsman only needed to be good at swordsmanship. They went on to talk about common demonstrations at the practical exam. Applicants usually displayed their family's secret techniques. Maria added that some even demonstrated personal mana fighting techniques. Ronan interrupted her, asking what she meant by mana. Maria was dumbfounded by his reaction. She explained that if someone wanted to become a student at Phileon Academy, they should at least know how to use mana. Our MC had a blank expression as he listened. He clearly had no idea about the basic requirements for the entrance exam. At that moment, Maria realized something. Ronan couldn't sense his own mana. Her body trembled in disbelief. Her theory was confirmed when Ronan confused mana with aura. She couldn't believe it. Frustrated, she hid her face in her hands. She hadn't expected someone this clueless to even consider applying to Phileon Academy. Ronan asked why she was making such a fuss, saying that he might even know what she was talking about. Maria stood up and told Ronan to go outside. This confused him. She then borrowed the 2 short swords lying on the table, saying she had left her own sword at the blacksmith's. This annoyed Ronan. He worried Maria might damage his swords, but she confidently promised that whatever she planned to do would be over before that happened. She even offered to pay him threefold if she broke them. RMC sighed, knowing there was nothing he could do. Maria urged Ronan to hurry up and go outside. She was about to give him special training. In this world, mana is the source of nature's power. It exists everywhere, but not everyone has the ability to use it. Mana can only be used if someone can both see and feel it. This basic process is called mana sense. To achieve it, people usually undergo intense innate training. Many factors come into play, but typically it takes a year before someone can sense their own mana. Those who master this early usually apply to Phileon Academy. Maria now began teaching this basic information to Ronan. She told him to forget about getting into Phileon if he couldn't even tell the difference between mana and aura. Now outside, the two prepared themselves, holding their weapons. Maria continued explaining. She said that aura is a type of mana, but there's still a huge difference between the two. It turns out that aura is the enlightened innate power someone acquires after years of blood-curdling effort. The blonde lady asked Ronan if he understood a bit of what she had been saying. From our main character's perspective, he had already encountered countless people in his past life who claimed to be aura users. These individuals were also able to use unusual powers. He remembered that those opponents were really annoying, but at the same time they were also amazing. However, their auras and unusual powers were still not enough. They were all defeated by Ronan. His attention was brought back to the present, as Maria told him they should get started on their training. She claimed that he would learn faster if he used his body instead of his head. Ronan didn't pay much attention because he thought Maria was just a young girl. But in a swift moment, this blonde lady was able to close the distance between them. Her speed was clearly extraordinary. Our main character was caught off guard. His eyes widened as soon as he realized what was happening. He was still able to defend against Maria's attack, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. His eyes locked on Maria as he noticed something. This fierce expression was the same one he had seen back then. The two then started exchanging skillful moves in swordsmanship. They were almost on par with each other. Ronan didn't expect Maria to have this kind of power at such a young age. He even noted that she could use dual swords. He then wondered if Maria was already using mana, like she had mentioned earlier. The problem was he really couldn't tell, since he couldn't see or even sense mana. Meanwhile, from Maria's perspective, she was already in shock. Her initial intention had been to finish the fight instantly, but it ended up dragging on. Even though she was now using mana, Ronan had been withstanding all of her attacks. She also wanted Ronan to feel a sense of defeat. She didn't want him to experience that kind of humiliation for the first time during the entrance exam. Maria was simply looking out for him. But right now, all of her plans had backfired. The one being pushed back was herself. She didn't expect someone who couldn't even sense mana to have this kind of strength. She was still wondering what was going on when Ronan asked her a question. He asked how she thought he was doing. This came right as Ronan deflected her sword, a menacing look on his face. RMC was already planning to finish the battle. He even warned Maria to dodge the next attack and never attempt to block it. Luckily, Maria's body reacted in time to what Ronan had said. She stepped back and dodged the attack. She had narrowly escaped what could have been a fatal blow. Maria smiled and commented that Ronan's attack could have really been a problem. That was the moment she realized Ronan was not an ordinary kid. Our MC returned the favor and said the same thing about her. Ronan then commented that Maria was really talented even without using mana, but her problem was that she was still clumsy in finding her center of balance. He told her that she would improve a lot if she could fix that. Ronan was about to leave, but Maria stopped him. She was still whining and shouted that their fight wasn't finished yet. But our MC showed no more interest. He didn't care at all. As soon as he said those words, Maria's sword started to crack. She had no idea what had just happened. The sword she used against Ronan was broken. Her eyes widened when she realized it. She wondered when the sword had taken such significant damage. Meanwhile, Ronan reminded her of the promise that she would replace the swords if she lost. Maria was about to protest again, but someone got her attention. It was Escalation. He told her that she had done well against Ronan. His face also showed that he kind of understood what Maria was feeling. Ronan then shouted at Asel that it was time for them to rest, and Asel immediately went to him. Maria was left standing there alone, wondering what the hell Ronan even was. The two left and headed toward their lodging. The next day, Ronan and Asel returned to the place where the merchants were, just to pick up the sword that had been promised by Maria. But as Ronan was about to receive it, something confused him. He asked Maria what was in front of him. It turned out that aside from the promised swords, Maria had also taken the liberty to give him books they would need for the Phileon entrance exam. These were all the summarized notes that Maria had made. She said they would really need these, since the entrance exam was only a month away. Azel's eyes were already sparkling. But Ronan still asked Maria why she was doing all of this. He even warned her, thinking she might just be pulling some sort of prank. Maria tried calming him down and told him that she had just come to like them. She added that she wanted the three of them to get accepted into the academy. And to top it all off, everything she added was free of charge. Maria admitted she wanted to teach them herself, but her life as a merchant prevented her from doing so. She and her group needed to move from one place to another because of trade. The lady then gently bumped her fist against Ronan's, and told him she wished them the best of luck. She told them to study hard on their own. She also playfully warned them that she wouldn't let them off the hook if they failed the exam. Ronan smiled. He told her she didn't have to do all this and that she should just focus on herself. A few moments later, Maria was already riding in the carriage. She told Ronan and Asel that she'd see them at the Imperial capital for the exam. Asel waved his hand and said his farewell to her. While all of this was happening, Ronan was lost in thought. In his mind, he had trained his weakened body, and all he needed to do next was to study all of these things that were not included in his previous life. But doing all of these preparations didn't feel really bad, as this right here was the start of his new destiny. After coming back home, Ronan's days were spent as usual, but somehow slightly different. Unlike in his previous life, he would now always have his meals with his sister All. This guy would also eat every meal until his belly burst. He was just enjoying each meal that he had missed in his previous life. With all of the calories he gained from eating a lot, he would burn them off by hunting monsters all around the village. This method really came in handy because it increased his stamina and body's adaptability. Ronan had really come a long way since he got back in time. This even resulted in extinguishing all the monsters around the village. They all went completely extinct after his hunting. He also spent his time studying something he wouldn't even think of doing when he was still just a soldier. Right now he was still not sure if this would all be worth it, but he promised to do his best. A month had passed, and the setting of this story had finally been reached. This magnificent place was called the Imperial Capital Balan, and the best educational institution of the whole empire was built in the center of this capital, the mini-city of the White Tower. Esel was then seen standing in front of this huge building. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It felt like a dream. Today was the day they reached the inside of this place, the Phileon Academy. Esel was still amazed by the sight he was seeing. He confirmed the writings he had read about this city being a work of art by itself. While he was still in awe, someone cut his daydreaming off, and you guys all knew who this guy was. He even told Asel to stop showing off that he was a country bumpkin and to just go inside. Asel was glad to see this familiar face again, but then he noticed something. He couldn't help but notice that Ronan had a different look and aura now. In just a month, our main character had grown a lot stronger. Ronan had enough of this and gave Asel a warning. They should just keep walking. While Ronan was about to enter the academy, he remembered someone from his past and wondered if that certain person was also here now as well. The one he was thinking of was the sword saint named Shulpan. This guy represented a renowned swordsmanship clan, Grania. Shulpan was also considered to be the strongest in the empire. Ronan thought that since Shulpan was also around his age, he might meet him here, but since he was still not sure, he would just leave those things to fate. Asel then interrupted his thoughts and asked if Ronan had brought something. The feather. The one Asel was referring to was the feather that our MC plucked out from the bird they had saved that night. That feather was supposed to help them find the owner of the bird. Asa then brought the feather out and thought that they should go meet the owner first before heading toward the examination area. Ronan then noticed that the feather was pointing upwards, and that only meant one thing: the one they were supposed to meet lived at the top of this building. Meanwhile, inside the top floor of this building, someone was whining about his work of becoming a professor. This certain someone had the bird that Ronan and Asel saved that night perched on his shoulder. The bird started chirping, seemingly noticing that its savior had finally reached the capital, and its owner was Warren van Facer, Phileon's zoology professor. Juan was just about to open the windows to let some air in, as he thought the room could use some fresh air when the savior of the bird came in. But something didn't feel right. As he was about to open the door, Ronan's face greeted Vaughn. This scene clearly shocked the professor. Ronan noted that this beastman dude was the owner of Bluey, because this was a really unexpected way of meeting each other. The roar of the Wardian professor was heard all over the academy. Vaughn started trembling in fear. He didn't expect someone to come into his room through the window. He asked Ronan to reveal his identity immediately. These two then made themselves comfortable inside. Ronan whined because the voice of the Wardian was just too loud. It almost made him deaf. As for Asela, he was still out of breath from climbing to the top floor. Juan was still scared, but he asked these strangers if they were after his blue bird, which was named Mars. But upon looking at them carefully, he noticed the feather that Ronan was holding. Vaughn's face then lightened up as he realized the identity of his sudden visitors. These two were the heroes who saved Mars from the Poachers that night. Warren, the weary young professor, then started apologizing for behaving that way in front of his awaited guests. He kept apologizing until Ronan told him to just stop and forget what happened. Our MC even blamed the way of climbing the tower on Asel. It turned out they used Asel's telekinesis ability to float and make a shortcut. As Asel was about to reveal that it was really Ronan's idea, his face was smudged to prevent him from telling the whole story. Ronan then changed the subject. He told Vaughn that he didn't expect to see a werelion, a rare were-human type, to be the owner of Bluey. On top of that, this guy was even a professor. Vaughn returned the favor and said that he was also not expecting the heroes of Mars to be applicants of Phileon Academy. He added that if he had known about this, he would have made a recommendation letter to make their lives easier, but William C. was really not paying attention to this. Instead, he came here because of something he needed to ask Vaughn. Ronan brought the purple thing that he pooped out last time. This statement confused Vaughn, but as he got a closer look at the said poop, he figured that this thing right here was a dream bird egg. Vaughn started to feel amazed as he held the egg. Ronan thought that this was just a normal egg from the bird. The professor then explained that this egg right here was not an ordinary egg. This is a dream egg, and the most interesting thing about it was that no one has an idea what's going to hatch from this egg. He further explained that if this was just an ordinary egg, it would be natural for a bird to be watched on it, but in this case it was different. A dream egg depends on the environment surrounding it, as it absorbs unique mana in order to hatch. Legends say that in an area of lava, a phoenix wrapped in flames will hatch from the egg, and if it has absorbed mana in a monster's nest, a new form of monster would come out. There were also some circumstances where it wouldn't take the form of a bird at all. Vaughn then added that he could still predict what creature would come out from the egg by observing the mana from it, but he emphasized that this one was kind of unique. The types of mana inside this one were countless, and in great numbers. It even had these rainbow colors in it. As for the moment, Vaughn wouldn't be able to know what creature would hatch from it. Ronan became confused from the amount of information he got from the professor. He then commented that the professor was putting such meaning into a mere egg. Our MC's attention was then shifted to Mars. He asked the bird why he would lay an egg like this and then leave it to his care. In Ronan's mind, he had never seen a bird so shameless like this one. As for Vaughn, he was about to ask something important. He revealed that he wanted Ronan to keep looking after the egg. This guy didn't expect it, but he really didn't mind keeping it. It was also revealed that this egg was really precious. A dream bird only lays one egg in its lifetime, so apparently this was Mars's next generation. But Vaughn thought that this was really not surprising, as this one laid its egg in front of its heroes. He knew that this bird felt something special towards Ronan, and since this bird had been Vaughn's friend all his life, he wanted to respect Mards's decision. Ronan was then given the responsibility of keeping this one. He then wondered what creature could come out of it. These two then stood up and were about to leave as the time for the examination was coming closer. Ronan then told them to wait for a moment. All this time he was thinking of something to give to these two as thanks for saving Mars, and he just thought of something that would be helpful. This professor then took out and showed a paper that looked really old. Ronan and Assel didn't expect to receive such a thing from Vaughn. After a while the two had left Vaughn's building. They also went toward another building, which was where the practical testing hall was. This was Galleon Castle's main building. Inside this one, all the applicants gathered in the waiting room. The facilitator then confirmed that applicant number 1111 had ended. There were still a lot of hopefuls waiting for their turn. Some of them were even praying before entering the examination hall. As for the next guy who would take the practical exam, it was evident that he was still nervous. A huge hall was waiting at the back of these doors, and of course, our MC was also present in this area. After applicant 112, he would be the one who was next. Ronan was already bored waiting in this long queue. He even commented that they were making him wait for too long now. The person beside him was none other than the blonde Maria. She was also still waiting for her turn. Ronan then asked why she was wearing this kind of outfit. She boastedly told him that Phileon Academy is a private academy which all nobles attend, so she paid attention to her clothes. She was already hoping to find a wealthy customer for their merchant business, so preparing like this wouldn't be in vain. Maria then sighed as she was expecting to see a cell here, but the magic testing hall was in a different building from theirs. After a few moments, applicant number 112 was already done with his practical exam. The facilitator then looked for the next applicant. Ronan knew it was his turn, so he quickly stood up. Maria told him not to be nervous and just to do his best. She also playfully warned him that if he failed she wouldn't let him off the hook. Ronan said his goodbyes and thanked her for her ironic, heartfelt support. Before entering the room he turned around and told Maria that he'd be back. Inside the practical exam room, there were different banners representing different organizations inside the academy. Our MC quickly fixed his gaze toward the people also inside the room. These 5 experts right here were the Phileon professors, who would determine if the applicants really had what it takes to be students of this academy. Ronan thought they all looked like ordinary people, but there was one person notable among them, and it was none other than the old man in the middle. This was the headmaster of Phileon, and his name was Krava Kre. He was also an archmage. Aside from him, there was also a lady who caught Ronan's attention. He thought he had never felt this kind of vigor from anyone since his past life. This one was the swordsmanship instructor, Navaros. She was also the Grand Sword Saint. After assessing the instructors, Ronan introduced himself. The professors also did the same. Kra then revealed the instructions for the exam. All Ronan needed to do was to attack the magically engineered dummy in front of him and demonstrate any techniques that he had learned. Ronan then prepared himself and told the professors that what he was about to do was nothing special. He was just planning to do a fast cut. His statement confused the professors because usually the students would showcase techniques that allowed them to use mana. The other professors then started to laugh. They even said that there was always one applicant like this. One of them also commented that it was to be expected, especially if the applicant was from a faraway country. The dummy looked normal, but in truth, it had the ability to withstand aura. Its regeneration was also fast. In short, this training dummy was a product of precise magical engineering. The professors then whispered to each other that even the genius Shulpin barely left a trace on the training dummy with his sword. Kreia got embarrassed by the way these professors were acting. They were boldly saying these things even though the applicant was right in front of them. The old man hoped that Ronan would do something to prove them all wrong. From his perspective, RMC was already positioned and stood in front of the training dummy, but something felt different. Krell wondered how this young man had such vigor within him. In a swift second, Ronan made his move. What he did felt like time had momentarily stopped. One clean cut toward the training dummy. The force of the attack even reached someone. Navaros felt something and was startled. As for RMC, He was already done showing his skills. He then notified all the professors that he was done and that was all he wanted to show. The other professors laughed and belittled him. They noted that one normal cut wouldn't be enough to pass. A blonde professor even tried to get the approval of the headmaster, but Crackery was already in a state of disbelief. The old man was sweating in his seat, his eyes still fixed on Ronan. Instructor Navaros then suddenly placed her leg on the table. This shocked the other professors. In the blink of an eye, the sword saint disappeared from her position. She appeared in front of Ronan with a menacing expression. Her blade was about to hit him with full force. Ronan just stood there like it was nothing. Our MC then told her that she had scared him. As for Navaros, she now seriously asked for Ronan's identity. She wanted to know where he had learned that swordsmanship. These two stood in the middle of the room. Her question confused Ronan, so Navaros rephrased it. She asked if Ronan was able to see her movements and our MC replied that yes he could, and that they were amazing. Ronan explained that from her position at the table it would have been difficult to unsheath her sword, but by the time she reached his position she had already swung her sword 3 times. Navaros then confirmed he was right. She had indeed swung her sword 3 times, just like what Ronan had shown against the training dummy. The demonstration Ronan gave earlier seemed arrogant to the professors. It turns out that Navaros already knew this would happen. By the time Ronan had positioned himself in front of the training dummy, his movement looked like one clean cut, but in reality he had already attacked 3 times. On top of that, Ronan had purposely slowed his last strike so that the other professors could catch up on what had really happened. Ronan, being considerate toward the professors, had ironically offended Navaros while this confrontation unfolded. Kra kept silent. Meanwhile, the theory professors were still confused about what was happening. These sons of beaches shouldn't have been professors in the first place. Ronan looked down, thinking it was all just a misunderstanding. He had slowed his last attack because he thought his sword wouldn't withstand the impact against the training dummy, but judging from the mood of Navaros and the others, no one would believe him even if he tried to explain. The sword saint still had her blade pointed at Ronan. After a few seconds she withdrew it and sheathed her sword. While walking back to the table she told Ronan, with an intimidating expression, that she would remember his name. She also claimed that she would be teaching Ronan herself. Navaros then sat down again, still visibly annoyed by what had happened. Professor Kra took note of her words in his mind. He knew she was just acting that way, but deep down she was already planning to make Ronan her disciple. Wanting to stay composed in front of the applicant, Kra began complimenting Ronan on his demonstration. The old man noted that it was a very good effort, in many ways. He then proceeded to the next part of the exam. Kra told Ronan that he would now be asked a simple question. There was no right or wrong answer. All Ronan needed to do was answer honestly. Kra then asked our MC what he wished to learn inside Phileon Academy. Ronan froze in place. He hadn't expected such a question. It was then evident in his eyes that he had remembered something from his past. That was the scene where all of Ronan's comrades were piled in one place. It was at that moment he realized that he was now alone. This memory gave our MC a definite answer to the question he had been wanting to answer, and that was to learn how to live without regrets. Ronan's answer left the headmaster in shock. The entire room fell into an awkward silence. After a while, all the professors realized something. They then instructed Ronan to leave, as his entrance exam was done. Our MC followed their command and shut the door behind him. Kra was still wondering about the answer Ronan had given. What he wanted to learn was a really tricky thing. The old man then started to laugh as he found himself already thinking of ways to teach Ronan something as abstract as that. Meanwhile, the other professors were still protesting as they had no idea what Ronan had done earlier. But this was clearly not a deception. The training dummy, which had been magically enhanced by the professors, had started to crumble. Around the neck area of the training dummy, a cut could now be seen. This was the proof that Ronan possessed extraordinary talent. The 2 professors who had mocked him earlier widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing this. The head of the training dummy had completely fallen off and hit the ground. The student who had managed to achieve this feat was still standing at the door. Ronan was still caught up in the swordsmanship that Navaros had shown him. He was now wondering if with the strength of his past self he could have beaten this lady in front of him. In his mind he thought he had already experienced all kinds of fights in his past life, but in front of Navaros, Ronan felt insignificant. This reminded him that he still had a long way to go. Our MC then chuckled, thinking he had made the right choice by entering the academy, and it was all thanks to his captain, who gave him another chance at life. Ronan started walking, a smile forming on his face knowing he would definitely be able to learn a lot more here. Our MC then proceeded toward the venue for the written exam. He was quite confident, as he had spent the whole month memorizing everything. He even thought that entering the Phileon Academy would be easy peasy lemon squeezy. But after taking the exam, his current situation was far from that. Ronan looked like he had just returned from an unwinnable battle. Maria and Asel were now standing in front of him as he was being consumed by hopelessness. He commented that he had messed everything up. It turned out that our MC was only able to answer half of the questions on the exam, even though Maria had included everything in the book she had given him. That was because he had only reviewed one book out of all those placed inside his bag. Ronan had gotten so focused on that one book that he forgot he still had a lot of material to cover. Asel was now blaming himself for not checking in on Ronan throughout the month they were supposed to be reviewing. Meanwhile, Maria had an annoyed look on her face. She thought Ronan was really stupid. She finally figured out why Ronan had been acting like that since the written exam. Still, she exclaimed that it wasn't too late. The results hadn't been announced yet. Maria tried to cheer Ronan up, telling him that being gloomy wouldn't help his situation. She then revealed that the practical skills scores carried much more weight than the written ones. After a few seconds, the hall near them started glowing with a bright blue light. A magic circle appeared on the ground. One of the applicants then exclaimed that the results were finally out. This caught the attention of the three. A huge magical board appeared in front of all the applicants. The names of those who had passed the entrance exam were written on it. Asel and Maria looked at the board and were surprised. They hadn't expected the results to be released this early. As for their results, Asel was placed 12th in the practical exam and ranked 1st in the written test. Meanwhile, Maria ranked 9th in both the practical and written exams. They looked at each other and realized what this meant. Maria couldn't help but blush. She had passed the examination. The two of them started celebrating. They were now officially students of Phileon Academy. Maria even noted that Asel had really aced the written exam. Asel looked more closely at the rankings and noticed that he was tied with two other students. But Maria continued teasing him, noting that this was still an impressive achievement. The blonde waifu then turned her attention toward Ronan. She wanted to ask if our MC had seen his name on the board. From their perspective, he was just standing there unmoving. His expression was unreadable. Ronan finally spoke, looking as though his soul had just left his body. He commented that it was to be expected his name wouldn't be there, since he had messed up the written exam. Maria couldn't believe it. Out of all people, she had expected this extraordinary young man to pass. She tried to open Ronan's eyes, literally and figuratively, and told him to look again, but Ronan's hopes were already gone. He told them that he had already checked all the corners of the board. As Maria scolded him for not passing, a quick fireball suddenly fell from the sky toward their direction. When the fireball hit the ground, all the applicants turned their attention toward it. Ronan wondered what all the ruckus was about. Maria, knowing what it meant, told him that it was the final firework of congratulations for passing the admission test. Their eyes widened as they saw a mythical beast in front of them. This creature was called the Glory Phoenix. This creature then closed its wings. After a second, it started casting another set of fireballs. One of them was heading toward Ronan, but he was too distracted to notice that he was about to be hit. A huge explosion then shook the area. The fireball didn't actually hit our MC, rather it was an announcement for everyone. The overall second place in the Department of Martial Arts was none other than Ronan. He ranked 1st in the practical exam and 1st in the written exam. Maria and Asel wore bewildered expressions as they tried to process what they were seeing. Then the two of them suddenly hugged Ronan as they celebrated his achievement. Both of them praised our MC. They thought that even though he ranked extremely low in the written exam, his combat skills never failed him. Maria commented that this was to be expected, as she had already known Ronan was a genius. As Ronan stared at his name on the board, glad to see his rank, he suddenly remembered something important. Being ranked first in the practical exam meant he had just beaten someone who was expected to take that top spot. Ronan knew that given this person's personality, he wouldn't stay quiet about it. And sure enough, that certain someone was already behind them. A guy was slowly walking toward their direction and remarked that Ronan really seemed to have taken first place in the practical exam. Ronan quickly felt the ominous aura that was beginning to fill the area. This guy carried a respectable and dignified presence. The one approaching Ronan was none other than the sword saint of his previous life. This was Shulpan, the man destined to become the strongest swordsman in the entire empire. The fateful meeting of these two swordsmen, a meeting that would one day shape the future of their world, had finally happened. Other students at the Phileon Academy who were nearby were also amazed to see this man on campus. He was considered the Empire's rising star. Maria told Ronan that this mysterious man looked like he wanted to talk to him. From Asel's perspective, he could tell that the atmosphere around this guy was frightening. Ronan had an uneasy feeling. He knew that this meeting would be trouble for him. As far as he could remember, Shulpan couldn't stand anyone who was better than him at swordsmanship. Judging by the way he looked at Ronan, that hadn't changed. Ronan thought it best to avoid him at all costs. So he started acting like he didn't even know he had ranked first in the practical exam. But this stupid expression didn't fool Shulpan. The guy continued to stare at Ronan with a sharp, focused gaze. Shulpan asked Ronan why he was lying. Our MC sighed. He knew he had been found out. He tried to talk his way out of the situation and told Shulpan to stop trying to pick a fight. On top of that, Ronan claimed Shulpan had no proof for his accusations. But once Ronan mentioned proof, Shulpan reached for his sword. That was his proof. In the blink of an eye, he unsheathed his sword and attacked Ronan. Luckily, our MC blocked it just in time. Ronan hadn't expected things to escalate this fast. Ramir and Asal could do nothing but watch from a distance. Shulpan then asked if that block was proof enough. He claimed that if Ronan hadn't been ranked first, there was no way he would have been able to block that attack. The other students nearby panicked. They were now witnessing a live duel. Shulpan asked Ronan to show the skills that had supposedly outclassed him. Our MC thought Shulpan was truly insane, but since he had no choice, he accepted the challenge. Ronan made his counterattack. His annoyed expression was reflected in the steel of Shulpan's sword. Our MC then unleashed a series of slashes, the same attack he used against the training dummy. These strikes came swiftly, almost catching Shulpan off guard. Shulpan countered with a single slash to deflect them. Ronan then told him that this was the same technique he used in the practical exam. Shulpan was still speechless. Even though he managed to block it, his arm trembled from the force of the blow. He thought it made sense that such a powerful attack earned a high score. But something wasn't right. Shulpan wasn't done. He took a step forward and claimed those slashes weren't even close to defeating him. Their swords clashed again. Ronan was now pleading with him to calm down, but Shulpan insisted that Ronan show his real skills. He was just too annoyed to accept that someone might actually be stronger than him. The two then began exchanging blows. Each attack had the power to end the fight in an instant. Ronan realized this was why he didn't want to meet Shulpan. This man was too obsessed with becoming the strongest swordsman in the Empire. And by the looks of it, Ronan knew that sooner or later Shulpan would start manipulating his aura, a skill level that was still far beyond our MC. Ronan remembered the technique that the Sword Saint had used in his previous life. It was called the Tempest Sword. This swordsmanship style was one of the most dangerous techniques he had ever seen. And at his current strength, he couldn't. Unable to handle the situation, Ronan suddenly turned around and started running. This action made Shulpan even more furious. He couldn't believe that the person who had beaten him in the practical exam would just turn his back during a fight. Our MC then did something unexpected. He wrapped his arms around Asu. Shulpan kept following, so Ronan had planned to use Asul as a shield. Asul started to panic. He never expected his friend to risk his life like that. Shulpan then shouted that hiding behind a lady was a cowardly act. No one could call themselves a knight after doing such a thing. Asul, flustered, shouted back that he was a guy. While this was happening, Ronan had a creepy expression on his face. He told his opponent that Shulpin would always be right about one thing. Shulpin would always protect his ideals of knighthood. After saying that, Ronan launched an unexpected attack. While hiding behind Usul, he managed to land a clean punch on Shulpin. The hit caught him off guard and was powerful enough to knock him off balance, making him kneel. Ronan then turned to his friends and told them that now was the right time. Our MC shouted that they should run. Shulpin froze. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He tried to stop them, but it was too late. Ronan and his friends had already dashed off. A few seconds later, a guard arrived, having been alerted that a fight had broken out, but the moment he saw who was involved, he froze in his tracks. The dignified and respected Shulpin was kneeling on the ground. The guard rushed toward him and asked if he was okay, also inquiring about who had attacked him so they could be apprehended. But Shulpin didn't like the idea of being treated as nobility. He stated that he was just an applicant for the academy. He stood up and calmly told the guard that there was no need to worry. What had happened was simply a fair fight between two swordsmen. Shulpin claimed he could take care of himself and brushed the dust off his clothes, but as he did, something caught his eye, a crack on his sword. This was almost impossible. The sword had been crafted from the highest grade mithril. Shulpin then recalled the attack Ronan had used. He had thought it was just a simple technique, but clearly he was mistaken. A smile crept across his face. He thought this development was interesting. From now on he would remember the name Ronan. The next day in the outskirts of the capital, in a place called Shimo Forest, footsteps echoed through the trees. They belonged to Ronan and Azel. Our MC was holding a map and they seemed to be searching for something. While catching his breath, Azel asked Ronan if they really should be exploring right now. What lingered in Azel's mind was the incident from the day before. Ronan had punched the heir of the Grania family. Ronan's punch had been so strong that it nearly broke Shulpin's nose. This red-haired guy was now worried. What if Shulpin decided to retaliate? Ronan told him to stop overthinking. He believed Shulpin was a good person. As far as he could remember, Shulpin was obsessed with swords, but deep inside he upheld principles and trust. He was also a role model, someone who protected the weak. In short, he was the epitome of a noble knight. Ronan had already expected that Shulpin would tell the guards it had been a fair fight. And Liesel started to calm down, realizing Ronan might be right. This was when Ronan told him they were now at the location Professor Vaughn had spoken of. A bright shining blue water greeted the two. Ronan smiled and shouted with excitement. This was the Fardo Spring. The mana that hovers around the world and gathers in a single spot to form a puddle is called a mana vein. With its presence, surrounding matter absorbs mana. For instance, an ordinary rock that comes in contact with a mana vein could become a high-grade mineral. A regular weed could transform into a miraculous medicinal herb. The Fardo Spring was one such rare place where mana veins flowed directly into water. Ronan claimed that the value of this water was astronomical. Anyone who discovered it would want to monopolize it. Looking back, Ronan thought Professor Vaughn was extremely generous to have given them a map to this hidden place, all just for the sake of hatching a single dream egg. Aesel then touched the water, and commented that he had never sensed such concentrated mana in one place. He thought that if he trained here, he could cast spells far stronger than usual. Then Aesel noticed something strange. The egg inside Ronan's pocket was glowing again. This had happened before. The egg was absorbing mana from the spring at an incredible rate. Ronan told Aesel that he wouldn't have noticed it himself as he couldn't see or sense mana. He then remembered Maria, who hadn't come with them because she was busy with work related to the merchantry. Aesel agreed but said something still felt off. He asked Ronan if he wasn't feeling anything strange about this place. Aesel recalled what Professor Vaughn had said. The spring should have been surrounded by fantastical species due to the high mana concentration. But they hadn't seen a single creature. Ronan stared, stunned, as he realized the same thing. What truly disturbed them both was the silence. They couldn't even hear a single animal sound in the entire area. Ronan took a deep breath. He realized that he had been too complacent. He then turned to Azel and admitted that things were getting out of hand. He even questioned why situations like this always seemed to happen wherever he went. Ronan warned Essel to stay alert. He had caught the scent of blood not far from where they stood. As they continued moving, they saw the corpses of animals piling up. The ones responsible for these heinous acts were a group of mysterious men. Essel was confused by Ronan's claim, but the evidence before them made it hard to deny. Ronan now wore an intimidating expression as he realized someone had arrived at this place before them. The two continued to discuss these unwanted visitors, unaware that a purple arrow was already being aimed at them. It turned out that 5 masked men had already taken their positions. One wrong move, and they would surely fire. After detecting Ronan and Essel's presence, the arrows flew toward them. Ronan stood still, waiting for the right moment. At the very last second, he drew his sword and made a massive slash, protecting both himself and Essel. He was able to cut all of the arrows in half. Ronan examined the arrows, and realized they looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered where he had seen them, in his previous life. Back then he had been at a campsite with other men who had joined the disciplinary squad. One of them, a red-haired guy, had introduced arrows just like the ones they encountered now. That man had claimed the arrows were special and powerful enough to blow off an orc's head with a single shot. That same man had even challenged Ronan, who was their captain at the time, to test the arrows. It turned out the red-haired man had once belonged to a poaching group before joining the squad. He said the arrows were used hundreds of times by one elite member of their group, a man nicknamed Kalboro Bloodhound. Back in the present, Ronan grew annoyed. He was now about to face the same poaching group again. Worse, these guys were clearly stronger than the 2 they had previously encountered. With a sigh, Ronan admitted to himself that he had no choice. He commanded Essel to hide somewhere safe, and to be careful not to become a porcupine from the incoming arrows. Essel was left standing there as Ronan told him he needed to take care of something real quick. As soon as he said this, Ronan dashed forward, eager to confront the organization once again. The masked men who had fired the arrows were now confused. They couldn't believe a single person had deflected all of them with just one slash. One of them added that the arrows had even been infused with mana. Their discussion was quickly interrupted. Ronan was already hopping between the branches, drawing closer like a predator stalking its prey. The man with purple hair noticed Ronan's movement, and quickly ordered his comrades to disperse. Their plan was to surround him and attack from all sides. Ronan heard the command and thought to himself that the leader was quick on his feet. He suspected this opponent was stronger than the ones he had faced before. From Ronan's perspective, the masked men were already putting their strategy into motion, which wasn't exactly advantageous for him. He suddenly shouted at them to stop. Ronan claimed he was one of them. This statement caught the group leader's attention. He demanded to know what Ronan meant. Ronan smiled and told them they probably hadn't heard the important news yet. He introduced himself as one of the youngest bloodhounds from the Damas branch, even using the name Ate. If you remember, this was the name of the giant beings Ronan defeated in his previous life. Surprisingly, the introduction worked. The masked men cautiously approached, trying to confirm if Ronan was telling the truth. The group's leader then said there was no way someone as young as Ronan could be a bloodhound. He would have believed the story more if Ronan had claimed a lower rank. Ronan chuckled and told him he could easily verify it by asking the wolf of their branch. But before the leader could act, Ronan issued a warning. Questioning the identity of someone ranked higher than you is a bad habit. The statement left the leader speechless, but also visibly angry. The purple-haired man clutched Ronan's collar, warning him not to look down on him in front of his subordinates. If this behavior continued, he'd take action. Ronan, unfazed, playfully teased him. He said that assaulting people was one of his own bad habits too. The situation was escalating quickly. One of the subordinates stepped in to stop their leader. He pointed out that they couldn't completely dismiss the possibility that Ronan was telling the truth. Inside the Kalboro organization, the ranking system was well known. The grunts who did basic tasks were called feral dogs. The ones ranked above them were bloodhounds. The leaders of each branch were known as wolves. Ronan knew this well because in his previous life he had fought against Kalboro many times. He also knew that feral dogs wouldn't really dare to hurt someone who ranked higher than them. One of the men even suggested that they should just confirm the information with their captain first. After all, if the young man was telling the truth, harming him could ignite a feud with other branches. But just as they were discussing the matter, another man appeared from the bushes, complaining about the commotion. His voice caught everyone's attention, and they all turned toward the source. This bald man was known as Von the Wolf of the Demir branch. In other words, he was their real leader. The purple-haired guy smiled as soon as he saw his captain. He claimed that Vaughn's timing was perfect and proceeded to relay all the information Ronan had shared. Meanwhile, the other 4 feral dogs kept their guard up against Ronan. Since this trivial matter could potentially get them into trouble, they became distracted. Ronan hadn't expected to meet someone of wolf rank here. He smiled, realizing that it seemed every single one of them was now present. The bald man then spoke, asking Ronan to confirm whether he was truly Otto from the Damas branch. Ronan affirmed it, but Vaughn found it strange. He recalled that the organization had already assigned this side of the mountain to the Navaros. Vaughn smiled and said that perhaps Ronan wasn't properly informed, but that wasn't because of poor communication. It was because he wasn't really a bloodhound and he wasn't even a Hyatt. This revelation enraged Vaughn, but before anyone could react to Ronan's deception, a powerful slash cut through the bodies of the feral dogs. They had no chance to dodge. Ronan teased them, saying that he had just made up that name. The only ones left were the purple-haired guy and Phileon. Before they could even raise their weapons, Ronan had already appeared in front of them, still smiling. He hadn't expected his acting skills to work so well. Mom realized too late that he had fallen right into Ronan's trap. In a swift and devastating moment, Ronan defeated one of Calboro's strongest members. The purple-haired man stood frozen, unable to do anything but stare at his leader's demise. It took him a few moments to process what had just happened. Then he began trembling, as he heard Ronan's voice. Our MC reminded him of what he had said earlier. The end for the conceited ones is always the worst. An attack followed. The purple-haired man looked at his hand. His fingers were already falling off. He screamed in pain, shock evident in his wide eyes. Kneeling, he mourned his lost fingers. Ronan stood calmly as if nothing had happened. He told the man to get a hold of himself and pulled out a piece of paper, ordering him to look at it. Ronan then commanded him to draw a map showing the location of all Calboro's branches across the mountain. With a grin, he asked the feral dog if he didn't want to do the task. Ronan made it clear if the purple-haired man wasn't useful anymore, there would be no reason to keep him alive. The grunt, terrified, agreed to help, but claimed he had nothing to draw with. Ronan responded with a twisted smile, saying, "I just made you a pen." He was referring to the bloodied fingers on the man's right hand. A few moments passed. The feral dog managed to draw all the bases of Calboro throughout the mountain. Ronan even complimented him, saying he had talent. Now that the task was done, the man asked Ronan if he was free to go as promised. Ronan put the map in his pocket and confirmed his question. Then a red streak of a slash flashed across the man's body. He split in two like a block of wood being chopped in half. Ronan gave him his answer with a cold expression. Later, Ronan reunited with Asol. A retching sound echoed through the area. Asol was puking. He couldn't handle the scene they had just witnessed in the middle of the forest. Ronan asked him to stop overreacting. He reminded him that he had already warned him about this. Asol said he had tried to prepare himself, but this was too much. The scene that made him puke was a massive pile of animal corpses. He asked Ronan if this was all the work of the Calboro organization. Ronan confirmed it, adding that it would be a crime to let those men live. Asol tried to protest, but Ronan cut him off. He said even the government would want those guys dead. Ronan then drifted into deep thought. He remembered Professor Vaughn and imagined how devastated he would be if he saw this. Among the species that were killed were ones that looked like Mars. It was a heartbreaking sight. Ronan was about to tell Asol that they should head back to the capital, when suddenly the dream egg in his pocket started moving. He wondered what the problem was, and took the egg out to check on its status. Meanwhile, Asol tried to call Ronan's attention. He was staring at something, his finger trembling in fear. He pointed and asked, "What the hell is that?" Ronan's eyes widened in shock as he saw what Asol was referring to. It was the blood of the animals. The blood from the animals that were killed started to float. It was as if the blood was forming some kind of huge mana vein. This continued for a few seconds, but suddenly the flow of the blood became more violent and aggressive, as if it were rushing towards something. Asil was already panicking, but Ronan stepped in front of him and prepared himself. He thought this might be some kind of mysterious attack. As he reached for his sword, our MC accidentally dropped the dream egg. It didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it emitted a bright purple light. Ronan grew more confused as he witnessed this. The blood, which had formed a large mana vein, began surrounding the dream egg. Our MC then realized that the dream egg was absorbing this pure mana. The absorption accelerated, and the light coming from the egg nearly blinded both Asil and Ronan. Asil tried to ask what was happening, but Ronan admitted that he had no idea either. Still, he smiled because there was one thing he was certain about: whatever creature was inside that dream egg was not an average being. After a few more minutes, the absorption stopped. The last drop of blood was gone, and the dream egg had finally completed whatever it was doing. The two stood in front of it, wondering if that was the end. Ronan was about to comment that the egg didn't seem to have changed at all until something happened. The dream egg started to crack. It began wiggling, and the cracks spread quickly across its surface. Both of them held their breath, knowing the egg was about to hatch. From the creature's perspective inside the egg, the first thing it saw was Ronan's face, smiling with excitement, eager to see what would emerge. Then the creature rushed toward our MC and headbutted him in the face. It was an unexpected greeting. Ronan's nose was almost broken, yet he was still curious to see what had come out of the egg. The first thing he saw were dark, galaxy-colored wings. The rest of its body was revealed shortly after. This was the creature that had been inside the dream egg, a truly mythical being. But no matter how they looked at it, the creature didn't resemble Mars. As they examined it further, Ezo commented that it looked more like a dragon. Ronan asked if he was sure, and Asil confirmed it, saying the creature looked exactly like the ones he'd seen in books. Ronan was confused as he tried to recall the characteristics of Mars. He wondered what kind of mana the egg had absorbed to transform into this. Nevertheless, both of them were happy. The creature was adorable. However, the mood shifted as Ronan remembered the greeting he had just received from the dragon. The dragon then closed its eyes, and a magic circle appeared in front of it. A mysterious force surged toward Ronan, and all of a sudden, he realized the injury from earlier had disappeared. Asil was amazed. They had just discovered that this baby dragon could use healing magic. On top of that, Asil noted that the dragon seemed to have taken a liking to Ronan. Ronan was also pleased. Clearly the creature possessed even more hidden abilities. Asil then suggested they give it a name, since calling it Dreambird didn't make sense anymore. While looking at the baby dragon, Ronan pondered what the perfect name would be. Before he could decide, the baby dragon's expression changed, as though it had sensed something nearby. It suddenly took flight in the opposite direction, moving at a remarkable speed. Asil wondered where it was going, but Ronan simply smiled. He hadn't expected the baby dragon to also sense a presence watching them. The sound of running footsteps echoed through the forest. A mysterious figure was sprinting for his life. This man was an errand boy from the Dare branch, and his name was Belus. Belus gritted his teeth, trying to process what he had just witnessed. Apparently he had gone out on an errand, but when he returned he found all his comrades dead. He had also seen the blood absorption and the hatching of the dream egg. Now the mysterious creature was chasing him. Belus turned around to check and panicked again when he saw that the creature was still behind him and rapidly closing the gap. Unfortunately, Belus tripped on a tree root and fell, injured and bleeding. He realized his life might be over. He turned around once more, only to see the creature absorbing his blood drawn from the cut he received from the fall. Belus screamed for help. He didn't know what else to do. Thankfully, footsteps approached. A voice commanded the baby dragon to stop. The dragon turned its head and saw Ronan and Asil approaching. RMC told the dragon, now referred to as Sia, to stop or else it might kill the man. At that moment, Asil discovered that Ronan was naming the baby dragon Sita. Ronan asked Seta if it liked the name. Meanwhile, Belus remained on the ground, trembling. He couldn't believe the young man in front of him was the owner of such a mysterious creature. But his thoughts were interrupted when Ronan spoke. Our MC asked Belos if he was all right. Belos quickly thanked him for saving his life and even knelt in respect, but suddenly he stopped speaking. Something felt off. This was their first time meeting and yet Ronan already knew his name. Police asked him about it, but Ronan only responded by placing a sword near his neck. Ronan said he didn't need to explain how he knew. Belis went silent. He could tell Ronan was serious. In Ronan's mind, he hadn't expected to meet his old comrade like this. Belos was the same guy from the poaching organization that introduced the arrows in his previous life. Sooner or later, this guy would be promoted and would become a bloodhound, a talkative one at that. Hearing Ronan's comment, Belos became confused. He claimed that he was just an errand boy. As soon as Ronan found this out, he smiled. This was just perfect. He told Belos that there was something he needed him to do, and with a creepy smile he added that this task wasn't a favor, nor was it optional. Later that night, as Sal and Ronan were back at the capital, our MC was even holding several gold coins. He claimed that their short trip turned out better than he had expected. As Sal agreed, as some of the events had caught them by surprise. Back when they were still near the lake, Ronan had managed to secure some of the pure mana vein and stored it in a bottle. The two then headed to the new place where Maria's father was, hoping to have the pure mana appraised, and it ended up being bought at a hefty price. Back to the current situation. Sal noted that money wouldn't be a problem for them anymore. Ronan agreed. They wanted to thank Professor Vaughn for the opportunity, but by the time they went to see him, they learned that the professor was out on a business trip. They also missed the chance to introduce Saita to him. Still, everything went according to Ronan's plan, especially the part where he obtained a map detailing the other branches of the poaching group. On top of that, he also gained another pawn in the form of Belos. That guy would be busy for a while, carrying out the mission Ronan gave him. Our MC made sure Belos would do his best to complete the secret task by scaring him quite a bit. Asel then asked Ronan what he planned to do with the money. Ronan knew that the second best in the entrance exam would be exempted from paying tuition and would even receive direct support from the academy. This was the first time our MC gave it any serious thought. He wondered how he should make use of it. He also remembered that the entrance ceremony was coming up soon. A few days later, at a carriage station in downtown Valon, a butler greeted someone who looked like a noble lady. He informed her that they had reached their destination. She had bright silver hair and beautiful eyes. This was her first time entering the capital. The lady was none other than Ronan's older sister, Irel. She stepped out of the carriage and looked around, amazed by the sights. Our MC then greeted his sister and said she must be tired from her trip. Ronan asked if anything notable had happened back in their town while he was gone. Irel flipped the question back at him, saying she should be the one asking that. Apparently she had been shocked to see a high-class carriage in front of their house. She wondered how her younger brother had managed to earn so much money to afford it. After that, Irel did what older sisters do best. She checked on Ronan, asking why he had lost weight and whether he was eating properly. Ronan assured her that he was doing fine, and that calmed her down. Something else caught Irel's attention. Sata. Our MC then introduced his new pet to his sister, adding that Sata had started traveling with him due to certain circumstances. After the short reunion, Ronan told his sister that they needed to go as they had a lot of things to take care of. This confused Irel. She had just arrived and now Ronan was rushing her. But in the end, our MC assured her that these matters were important. He told her that once he entered the academy he would be really busy. They entered one of the shops in the capital. Irel had an overwhelmed expression on her face and asked Ronan if all of this was real. Right then our MC was sitting on a couch waiting for his sister to pick out any clothes she liked. Irel already knew Ronan had earned a lot of money, but this was still a little too much for her. As she stepped out of the fitting room, she wore a beautiful, classy dress. She wondered how much it would cost. Meanwhile, Ronan was busy giving instructions. He had bought a whole lot of things for his sister and asked if everything could be delivered. Liril was starting to freak out when she turned and saw the huge pile of clothes. She hadn't expected to receive this much, but for Ronan, this was just his way of repaying his sister for all the good she had done for him. Hearing something so mature from her younger brother gave Iroh a moment of pride. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wondered when Ronan had grown up so much. She suddenly ran toward the door, shouting how proud she was of her brother. Ronan tried to stop her from making a scene, but the staff inside the store found the situation adorable. They noted that the two siblings had a very good relationship. Iroh asked where they were heading next, and Ronan told her they needed to go to a nearby blacksmith to look for a new sword. Ronan was about to tell her the story of how he met a crazy swordsman, when he opened the shop's door and that very swordsman was standing there. Silpin greeted him and asked if he was done shopping. Our MC turned his head around and was speechless for a moment. It completely freaked Ronan out. He didn't expect this one to appear right in front of him. He then asked Shulpin what he was doing there. Shulpin answered that he had just ordered a new sword within the vicinity, but upon seeing Ronan, he decided to wait, claiming it was all a coincidence. Shulpin also asked our MC to stop with the repulsive misunderstanding attitude, but Ronan was not convinced. He knew that Shulpin had what it takes to become a stalker. Our MC became more annoyed and was about to show Shulpin what he did to his sword. The tension between the two was growing serious. They were even about to spar once again, but before they could draw their swords, Iroh came in and stopped them. She even scolded Ronan for using such foul language. Our MC tried defending himself by saying that Shulpin was the one who started the fight, but he was cut off. That was also when Shulpin found out that the lady standing in front of him was Ronan's older sister. After scolding Ronan, Iroh apologized to Shulpin. She told him that Ronan had a foul mouth but was a kind child. As Iroh's face was revealed to Shulpin, he felt something magical. The heir to a grand and noble family and known as the Empire's rising star depicted the moment like this. It was as if he had seen a goddess descend from heaven. The future sword saint blushed heavily, unable to control his admiration. A few seconds passed before Shulpin finally managed to compose himself. Avril kept bowing her head and asking for forgiveness. Shulpin then claimed that the misunderstanding was due to his own lack of discretion. He assured Iroh that she was not at fault, and said everything that happened was his responsibility. Iroh's face brightened, realizing this guy had a kind heart. Since she was so happy to meet one of Ronan's friends, she accidentally held Shulpin's hand and thanked him. What a lucky guy. While the two continued exchanging kind remarks, Ronan stood nearby watching them. He noticed something interesting that made him wonder if what he was seeing was real. Apparently, Shulpin was so flustered that he even promised to replace Ronan's sword. The only problem, he wasn't carrying any gold at the time. This noble young man then brought out a golden emblem, his family's proof of identification. He gave the emblem to Iroh and informed her that she could use it anywhere in the Empire. Ronan was just standing there, freaking out that this was actually happening. On top of that, Shulpin also told them that if they planned to buy a sword, they should visit the blacksmith at the western end of the street. He claimed the shop had a 500-year history and was the best in the entire empire. After that, Shulpin said his goodbyes and wished them luck, all the while still flustered. Ronan now had a particular expression on his face. He wondered if Shulpin had the slightest idea of what he had just done. With Grania's family emblem, they could practically buy entire villages. Our MC watched Shulpin exit the shop with an awkward walk and wondered if this was truly the same sword saint he knew from his previous life. The next day, it was time for Phileon Academy's entrance ceremony. All the students who had passed the exam gathered at the center of the plaza. The one who greeted them was none other than the headmaster of the academy, Krava. He told everyone that the freshmen standing before him were now officially Class 70E7. He reintroduced himself with a great smile, saying he was glad to see everyone today. Among the students with amazing skills and outstanding potential were 3 individuals who stood out. Krava congratulated all of them and added that with their boundless talent, anything was possible. On top of that, they would be guided by Phileon's prestigious education. Krava believed that they would soon be recorded in the Empire's history because of their future achievements. Once again, the headmaster welcomed everyone. This was the class of 7087. All the while, Ronan was just there yawning. He thought the speech was a bit much for a welcoming remark, but as he thought more about it, it wasn't that bad. His sister was watching him, and it was clear that she was proud. After that, Krava smiled and flicked his fingers. A mysterious and colorful bright light began to surround the students. Ronan along with the others widened their eyes as they noticed what was happening. A huge crack had appeared, affecting the space around them. One of the students even shouted that the sky was shattering. A bright light then enveloped everyone, and in a split second all of the students were transferred to a different place. They were now standing in the middle of a huge coliseum. The spectators in the seats started cheering them on. Ronan and Assel noted that Krava was something else. He had teleported everyone with just a snap of his fingers. With a mysterious smile, the headmaster then announced that they would now begin the meeting between seniors and juniors. The senior-junior meeting. This event occurs between the incoming freshmen and the second-year students, and the Coliseum was where they were about to meet each other for the first time. It was also known to be a rather intense event between the two groups. This special Phileon event was outlined such that both the first and second-ranked students of the freshman batch would face one of the top 4 students of the sophomore batch. Each of these seniors had a unique fighting style for the freshmen to choose from. Right now, Shulpan and Ronan were about to have a one-on-one spar with one of these unknown students. Krava then stepped in once again and explained the importance of this event. He claimed that through this kind of sparring, students would learn about each other, especially their strengths and weaknesses. It could also improve their relationships as juniors and seniors. It was further revealed that these duels were the students' chance to take their first step toward becoming someone great. As per tradition, the freshmen would get to choose their opponent. They could also opt out of the duel altogether. Krava then announced that Ronan and Shulpan could now choose their opponents. Ronan got annoyed because the headmaster bothered with such a long speech, while the event felt more like hazing for the new students. Among the potential opponents was a guy named Naso, the top-ranked sophomore majoring in martial arts. The buffed guy beside him was Brown, who ranked second. As for the other two, the guy's name was Karan, who ranked fourth, and the lady with orange hair was Arena, the third strongest among the sophomores. Ronan got awkwardly scared of Brown, who kept shouting that he wanted to fight both of the freshmen. Our MC knew that his sister was watching and thought that he should show her he could now protect himself. He also took a deep breath, deciding he should use this opportunity to demonstrate that he could also make friends with other guys. Lost in thought, Ronan had a eureka moment. Inspired by the words he had heard from the headmaster, he raised his hand to get Krava's attention and said he would like to make a suggestion. Ronan then repeated the words the headmaster had said earlier, that they were free to choose whoever they wanted to fight. Krava felt uneasy, now waiting for Ronan's suggestion. All of the seniors didn't expect to hear something like this from a freshman. Some even grew visibly annoyed. RMC then told everyone that he would like to fight all 4 of them at once. The atmosphere around the pit shifted. With such an unprecedented request from Ronan, the professors had no choice but to consult each other. This was the first time anything like this had happened. Krava then asked Professor Navaros about the matter, and this sharp, cool professor agreed. She told the headmaster that they should honor Ronan's request. It would embody the Academy's principle: if someone possessed the skills, they should be free to act as they chose. On top of that, whoever won the duel would earn significant respect among the students. Professor Navaros also assured them that if something went wrong, she would intervene immediately. The headmaster considered Navarro's input and after a few seconds came to a decision. They would agree to the duel. The match would proceed. After that short meeting, Ronan and the 4 sophomore students stood in the middle of the pit. The seniors truly felt belittled by this young and seemingly arrogant freshman. Their annoyance could be seen in their eyes. Karan and Arena voiced their anger, saying Ronan needed to be taught some humility. He couldn't just do as he pleased, simply because he ranked second in the entrance exam. But then the top-ranked sophomore, Naso, stopped them from speaking nonsense. He urged everyone to calm down. Naso warned them not to let their guard down, especially since even Shulpan seemed to recognize Ronan's skill. The new guy had even beaten this noble in their practical exam scores. He told them they should go all out from the very start. The 3 others agreed. They knew this seemingly simple duel was an important step in their careers, so they followed Naso's lead. Meanwhile, Iril was panicking. She felt the tension in the atmosphere rising. This supportive and pretty sister began cheering for Ronan. She advised him that if he was ever in danger, he should forfeit the match immediately. Ronan replied to his sister with a smile, showing that he had heard her. Seeing this, Isle was able to calm down. A few seconds later, Headmaster Krava announced that the duel between the seniors and Ronan would now commence. As soon as the battle started, Naso rushed toward Ronan. His speed was remarkable, but our MC calmly dodged the attack from the top-ranked sophomore. Ronan thought these guys were really sharp and strong. He even compared them to Maria's current strength and decided these students were a few levels above hers. While dodging, he wondered if these opponents were on a whole different level. Arena soon made her move and launched her own attack, but it was blocked. She had a serious and focused expression on her face. As the fight escalated, she continued unleashing her combos. Karen then suddenly appeared behind Arena and told her to duck. These two managed to move and act like they were thinking the same thing, but as for our MC, he just stood there, carefully watching them. He noted that his seniors had amazing teamwork. While blocking Karen's spear, the force of the attack was powerful enough to push Ronan back a few feet. Before he could even recover, our MC already sensed something beside him. Braun was near, his massive sword ready, and a pissed-off expression on his face. He seriously asked Ronan why he was doing this. Braun expressed his disappointment, saying he had hoped for a more serious spar against the freshman. While speaking, he completed his attack. Meanwhile, Ronan maintained his cool. He knew this was a swift and strong finishing blow. On top of that, the other three sophomores were already making their way in for a follow-up attack. These skills only showed that they were at a really high level. In that split second, the world seemed to stop. Ronan managed to check everyone's position. The next thing they knew, Ronan was already gone from his spot. Braun couldn't stop his attack, and ended up striking the ground. None of the sophomores expected such a development. Arena was the first to notice where Ronan had moved. She wondered how he managed to move so quickly. After that brief thought, they realized they had all been hit by Ronan's sword. In the MC's mind, Phileon really was amazing. The swords of the three sophomores had also shattered, but the fight was not over. Luckily, Ronan didn't become complacent. He noticed that Braun still had a menacing expression. Ronan acknowledged that this one was really tough. He then told Braun that with the attacks and dodging he just did, that should have crushed Braun's spirit, but it didn't. Braun then charged toward our MC. Ronan concluded that he should at least be considerate of their feelings and meet their resolve. Instead of dodging or blocking Braun's attack, Ronan stepped forward and was about to face him head-on. Braun paused for a second as he recognized the stance Ronan had taken. Right now, Ronan was about to do something that would shock everyone. He replicated the same stance that Professor Nabo had used when she scared him last time. Before releasing the attack, Ronan closed his eyes and smiled. He then performed a high-level technique that allowed him to deliver 3 quick and accurate slashes in a short period of time. It was enough to make cracks on Braun's massive sword. The sophomore could only smirk. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Ronan then thanked all his seniors and told them he had learned a lot. He still acknowledged their strength, but the truth was our MC was simply a genius, and the plot armor was just too strong. After that, the whole Colosseum went silent. Iriel was still processing what had just happened. Then within a few more seconds, the entire place erupted into cheers and admiration for Ronan. The other students were now wondering who this new freshman really was. As for the 4 sophomores, all of their weapons were destroyed. This meant they were completely defeated. Noso even commented that with such a one-sided fight, he wasn't even embarrassed about losing. He wondered where this kind of talent had suddenly come from. All he could think was that Ronan's strength was just monstrous. Meanwhile, our MC remained quiet. He fixed his gaze on something. It turned out Ronan was checking on his sister to see how she was doing after the fight. Iroh could be seen bugging the person beside her, clearly proud of her younger brother. Ronan then turned his attention to his seniors and thanked them for their good work. He paid his respects and explained himself. He claimed that he only suggested the duel because he got too excited to be in Phileon. In the end, he was met with their unimaginable strength. Maria and Assel were also watching their friend, and seeing him do these kinds of courtesies left them confused. In the end, Ronan bowed before the four and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. He also asked for their assistance in the future. Neso, Karan, and Irina were left speechless after hearing all of that. Braun was the one to break the silence, happy to realize that Ronan was a good guy after all. He thought Ronan wasn't just strong, he was also polite. Braun then approached our MC and held his hand. He told Ronan he didn't need to be so humble. All he did was show his abilities. Braun then raised Ronan's hand and declared that he had won the fight fair and square, and that this was exactly what being a Phileon student was all about. Our MC was starting to form a bond with the other students, and this was all planned. He wanted his sister to see that he had good social skills. Lo and behold, he was spot on. Ariel was already crying because she felt her younger brother had grown up so much. As for the guy beside her, people felt bad for him. His t-shirt had been turned into an off-shoulder dress during the excitement. While this glorious moment was happening, a mysterious student had taken notice of Ronan's existence. This student thought that Ronan was a truly interesting boy. Later that night, all the students were back inside their dormitories. They were having a sumptuous dinner that the academy had prepared for them. This made them feel that all the preparation for passing the entrance exam was worth it. Ronan, Assel, and Maria were also enjoying the feast. Our MC had already expected this, but in reality it was more grand than he had imagined. Maria then claimed that this was to be expected from the best institution in the empire. Rassel then changed the topic and asked about his sister. It turned out our MC had already sent her off. He remembered that it took him a while to assure her that he would be fine here. Ronan even left his cool and Chad baby dragon with her so she could be safe along the way. Asel praised Ronan for being an amazing brother to Iroh. Our MC was just about to taste the food Phileon had prepared for them, but then Shulpan appeared beside him with an ominous aura. This guy was asking how Ronan could eat his meal right now. Ronan turned towards the source of the voice and found Shulpan's face close to his. That was the moment Ronan lost it. He was really annoyed because he couldn't even eat in peace. He then asked Shulpan what his deal was and what he wanted this time. The noble told him that he was just checking something important. Shulpan brought out a pen and a notebook and began asking personal questions. He wanted to know where Aero lived and if the place was far from the academy. He even tried to find out if the road leading to their house was safe enough. Ronan was confused by all of this. Finally, Shulpan asked if Ronan had hired guards to escort his sister back to their town. Ronan had had enough. He told Shulpan that yes, he did all of that. In fact, he even made sure those guards were stronger than Shulpan himself. He added that nothing would happen to Iroh unless a wyvern appeared in front of her carriage. That statement made Shulpan furious, as he believed Iroh would truly be in danger if a wyvern did appear. Our MC got straight to the point and asked Shulpan why he cared so much about his sister. He wasn't even her husband. That sealed the deal. The noble went quiet. Shulpan then muttered that he was just concerned about her safety. While the two were still confronting each other, a lady with purple hair appeared in the dining area. She smiled, claiming this was an interesting scene. She said it was the first time she had seen the Wolf of Grania being this talkative. Shulpan turned to her direction and asked what business she had with him. The lady's name was then revealed, Elizabeth Alia. She was apparently a freshman as well, and belonged to the magic class. Elizabeth smiled and said that Shulpan was mistaken. She revealed that she came not because of him but because of Ronan. Our MC was shocked to hear this. He didn't even know who she was. He tried to confirm if he had heard her correctly. Meanwhile, Shulpan kept silent, observing Elizabeth's actions. He sighed and commented that she might be up to her evil hobby again. Since he was done checking on Arl's safety, he told the two he would now head out. Elizabeth was now free to do whatever she wanted. But before leaving, Shulpan stopped in his tracks again. He turned around and told Ronan that he should send more guards for Iroh, which only annoyed our MC further. Someone then tried to get Ronan's attention. It was Asel. He was about to tell his friend the identity of the lady standing before them, but Ronan cut him off. He already knew who she was. Ronan knew that Elizabeth was quite a powerful mage. Her battle earlier had shown an overwhelming victory against her seniors. Each magic spell was filled with enormous mana, and even caused part of the Colosseum to explode. The lady then began to speak. She told Ronan that those who bear their claws need to be taught a lesson. Elizabeth Alia was hoping Ronan already knew what she meant, but our MC told her he had no idea. He asked her once again why she had come. Elizabeth slowly walked toward Ronan while telling him she was impressed with his talent. With a creepy smile, she revealed that she had an offer for him. She reached into her pocket and claimed that this offer was too special, so special that even a criminal like Ronan wouldn't be able to decline it. She then brought out a purple necklace and showed it to our MC. Ronan was clearly shocked. This purple item was Alia's invitation. The Alias were unlike most noble families who prioritized bloodlines. They gave importance to talent above all else. Using this principle, they had brought in many talented individuals and secured their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They usually offered their badge to those who showed genius potential, inviting them to join their family, and now the same invitation was being offered to Ronan. Ronan was now holding an item that could provide him with everything he needed to become stronger. He then asked Elizabeth if she was even allowed to give out this badge. That question made her smile. Clearly, Ronan already knew its significance. Ronan told her he had just heard about it from a passerby. That statement brought a memory to mind of someone who played a huge role in his past life. He recalled being in a battle camp. At that time, a person stood before him showing the same badge that Elizabeth had just offered. Ronan had asked that person if he could join the Alia family even though he was just a peasant. And the person he had spoken to back then was none other than his Grand Commander Adeshan. Alia confirmed that things were all possible as long as someone had this badge. She also revealed that after receiving it, someone from the Patriarch would conduct a test first to really see if the person was worthy. But since the people who received these badges were all talented, they should be capable of passing it. Adeshan then informed our MC that when he had already made up for the sins he committed through his accomplishments in war, he might end up receiving an invitation as well. Ronan held his breath after hearing about such an opportunity. His Grand Commander also told him that this guy right here had quite the talent that the Amolas were looking for. Back to the current situation, Ronan was still staring at the badge. The moment he had been waiting for since his past life was finally happening. Elizabeth opted not to explain any information since our MC already knew the meaning of the invitation. She just hoped that he would make a wise choice. She added that even if Ronan was born a beast, he could still become a sheep, especially when he mingled alongside these people long enough. This lady said this statement with utmost pride. After that, she went on her way together with her minions, leaving Ronan to decide first. As for our MC, he thought that geniuses were always doing whatever they wanted, not knowing that he also had this kind of attitude. Escalation could also be seen being relieved as Elizabeth's intimidating presence was gone. In Ronan's mind, he thought that this was really not a bad thing, as he had just gained a method of contact with a prominent family. By looking at the badge, he knew that this would surely be helpful to him. He also planned to utilize this connection in the future. Phileon Academy is an educational institute that prioritizes a student's abilities above everything else. Depending on their grades, their life inside this environment can greatly change. The most perfect example of this kind of statement was the dormitories where the students stayed. The intermediate-ranked students were assigned to this place called Nataya Hall. Each student got a clean room. There was also a high-grade cafeteria and many great facilities. Overall, it was a pretty nice dormitory with all the things students needed. On the other hand, the students who made up the bottom 30% were assigned to this place called Crater Hall, which really looked like a worn-down dormitory. Usually students would start their first day in Phileon Academy whining and shouting. This one student right here was complaining about the place. He claimed that he was part of a noble family, and there was no way he would be staying in a shabby place like this. But the guy who was assigned to escort them maintained a poker face, as if he already expected this kind of reaction. He also revealed that there would be no servants to service Crater Hall. On top of that, be 4 people per room with the cafeteria, showers and bathroom area all shared. He then added that these were the Academy's rules, and there was really nothing he could do about it. All he could suggest to them was to study really hard because otherwise these guys could end up staying in this place even for the next semester. Last but not least, the place where the top 10% of the students, including Ronan, were assigned to was the neighbor Dozer Hall. Our MC had a shocked expression as he saw this place. In the history of Phileon Academy, this one could only be described using one phrase, which happened to be sick as hell. All of the things inside this place were extravagant. It looked like a place inside a palace. Ronan was still wondering why the Academy was giving all of these to the top students, but then he noticed something. These were the papers that students needed to fill out so they could register for the classes they wanted to attend. Ronan then figured that all he needed to do was write down the classes on the timetable. He thought of the tips that were given to the first years, which said to focus on adjusting during the first semesters. It was said not to choose too many of the subjects given, but as he looked at the available classes, Ronan smiled and thought that they were all interesting. That's when this guy decided to ignore the tips and go attend all of them. After a few more minutes, Ronan had a satisfied look on his face because he was done filling out the forms. He thought that this might be a little too much, but he couldn't let all of these opportunities go to waste. Since he was in Phileon Academy, he wanted to take all the classes he desired. The day went on and our MC finally attended his first class. But the instructor of the Empire's swordsmanship basics, named Abar, told him that it was now all over for him. Ronan was dumbfounded hearing this kind of remark. The class had just started, and he hadn't learned anything yet. He then started to complain to the professor and asked what he meant. Abar then smiled and explained his side. He revealed that even if they had just begun, our MC had already shown his skills. Ronan had performed all the basics of the Empire's swordsmanship techniques. As for the rules of the Academy, students were asked to leave the class once they learned everything on the syllabus. Abar also added that if he let Ronan stay in this class, the other students might be demotivated by the slow progress they were making. With that, the professor smiled and gave our MC a thumbs up, suggesting that he just move forward. The day quickly passed, and we could now see Ronan just sitting in front of this lake. He had a gloomy atmosphere around him. He was still disappointed with the things that had happened all day. It turned out it was not only the swordsmanship class that evicted him, the archery class had also done the same. It was also the same with the monster hunting class. Ronan had this annoyed expression as he remembered that he was just kicked out by all of his professors. He claimed that this was not how he imagined his stay inside the academy. While he was still whining, a voice was heard behind him, and this person asked why Ronan was not in class. Our MC immediately looked at the source of the voice and figured out who it was. The one who approached him was Instructor Nebos Roa, and she stood beside him. Instructor Nebos smiled as she figured out why Ronan was wandering in this place, and that was because he had just completed all of his classes. Our MC confirmed this information and asked if all the classes were supposed to be like this. He commented that he had expected Phileon would be better than this. While he was whining in front of Nebos Ra, this instructor thought that this was just to be expected from Ronan. Him completing all the classes in one day was only natural, as this guy had the ability to copy her technique even though he had just seen it once. Nebos then told him that she couldn't just turn a blind eye as a Phileon instructor. She suddenly offered her hand and asked Ronan to give her his sword. Ronan was confused, but he still complied. Nebos then told him that she was about to teach him a very important lesson. Our MC was just about to ask her another question about why she was taking his sword, but before he could finish, a powerful blast was sent out and it just went past him. The blast landed on the lake, creating an explosion that stunned our MC. Ronan had no idea what just happened. While he was still amazed, Nebos commented that this was all a chunk of metal could do. She also added that something like this sword shouldn't be called a weapon, as it would only wear down the owner's power. Ronan listened to what she was saying attentively. He knew that he was about to learn something interesting. Nebos told him to watch closely as she moved her hand to her sword. The atmosphere around them also changed in an instant. Things were tense until she unsheathed her sword. Ronan's eyes were in disbelief at what he saw next. Instructor Nebos just performed a quick slash using her weapon. The amount of power that was released was also unbelievable. The wave that this attack created just went past our MC, and behind him was the lake that received the attack. It now looked like it was cut in half. The blast that Nebos created using her own weapon exceeded the amount of force she was able to release using Ronan's sword. Drops of water slowly fell onto our MC's hair. The whole area was enveloped in silence after that demonstration. While having this calm expression, Nebos asked Ronan if he finally understood what she wanted him to figure out. This badass lady just showed our MC what he was still lacking, and it was none other than a personalized weapon. These pieces of steel that were sturdy and sharp were the ones that warriors used to fight against their opponents. Weapons shouldn't break when wielded, and even if they did, warriors could just obtain a new one. In short, these things were expendable. Up until now, that was the kind of description our MC had for these things. But all of that changed as he witnessed what Instructor Nebos demonstrated. Having a perfect weapon would exponentially bring out the power and potential that a person could have. Our MC could only think of this as too ridiculous. He was certain that Nebos used the sword in her hand. She performed the same slash, but hers proved to be several levels stronger than the previous one. Nebos then cut off his train of thought as she commented that one breath and a handful of strength could make such a difference in one's life on the battlefield. Wasting these small details could also determine one's life. She also revealed that if Ronan would be using mana, he really needed to find a new weapon suited for him. However, she added that he still wouldn't get this because he couldn't yet use mana. Our MC's hand moved as he heard this information. He then asked Nebos if she knew this all along, and she confirmed it. But even if he was still not able to use mana, this instructor praised him because he was still too amazing. She assured Ronan that one day he would also be able to use mana. To prepare him for using that kind of power, Instructor Nebos commanded him to find a perfect weapon of his own. Ronan had been quiet the whole time, and it made Nebos comment that this guy now had a lot of things going on in his mind. That was until our MC heard her asking him to attend her class. This was really an unexpected offer to have. Ronan asked her again if he could really attend, and Nebos assured him even though the ones who attended her class were the second years and above. But before leaving, she emphasized that Ronan couldn't just bring that lump of steel he was wielding now. She told him to bring a proper one, and that was her only requirement for him to attend her class. The next day, the whole city was greeted with fine weather. Ronan, together with these two bitches, was now standing in front of a wooden signage. Our MC told them what happened yesterday with Instructor Nebos, so they accompanied him to find a new weapon. To start things off, Ronan wanted to find the place that Shufan recommended to him last time. He followed the directions, but he was still not sure about it because it only led them in front of this shabby forge. Even Aisel and Maria commented that this didn't look like the right place. They even added that it could collapse at one touch. They now wondered if this was really the blacksmith shop that Grania went to frequently. With this unsure smile, he answered that he thought so. He claimed that they would confirm this once they went inside. After that, the group opened the door, but all they saw were some cobwebs on the ceiling. This place looked a lot shabbier and more disappointing than it did from the outside. The only thing that kept Ronan staying there were the words of Phileon. He knew that the sword saint wouldn't dare to lie. The door in front of them then opened, and a hairy hand with long nails appeared. The owner of this hand also commented that it had just become too noisy. Another stomp from his hairy feet was also heard. Asked them if they were somewhat deaf. He was also about to send them off, but he stopped as Ronan showed him the thing that Phileon gave. Our MC also informed the wolf that they were there because they wanted to buy a weapon. He further added that it was Shofin who recommended this place, saying that the weapons here were all premium. The wolf got interested as this guy in front of him had the symbol of the Grania family. As he inspected the group further, he felt the intriguing mana coming from Esel and Maria. The wolf then teased them and commented that it really didn't matter if Ronan showed him that symbol. The important thing was if he really was a Grania. This one even yawned as he told Ronan to just get lost as they were not accepting customers like him. The situation was really getting out of hand. Our MC was about to negotiate more, but the wolf was already firm with his decision. Until this beastman thought of something. While licking his face, he informed Ronan that there was still a way for him to accept his request. The wolf pointed towards Aesel and said that if Ronan could give him the arm of this guy, he would maybe consider the request. He thought of this condition because he was already hungry, and since Ronan looked like he was desperate, it was really worth trying. As for Aesel, he was already hiding behind our MC, but as the wolf was laughing at this situation, Ronan was not. He then addressed the wolf with a more serious tone. While holding his weapon, Ronan warned the wolf and told him that he had just crossed the line. In a swift movement, our MC then launched an attack, and it landed cleanly on him. The wolf had no way of dodging it. All he could do was wonder what just happened. As he groaned in pain, the wolf was sent a few meters backwards. Ronan then smiled as he claimed that he just felt a familiar feeling, and that was when his sword was hitting hard armor. Our MC then asked the wolf where his sturdy armor came from. All of a sudden, as this one was now equipped with defensive armor while still coughing in pain. But then our MC started walking towards the wolf and claimed that the armor was really not that important. This got the attention of the wolf, who now had an annoyed and furious expression. Ronan decided that he would just destroy the said armor, which made the wolf panic. This beastman pleaded and asked for forgiveness. He also revealed that this was just a test. He informed Ronan that he was just following a protocol for people they had never seen before. In short, this wolf was just verifying our MC's skill. He added that he really wanted to test out his new invisible armor, so he tried provoking them on purpose. Ronan calmed down as he figured out that this wolf had no intention of harming them. He also thought that the reason this beastman gave was kind of original, but that didn't mean the wolf was telling the truth. However, the beastman added his point that it would really be more shady if the blacksmith that the Grania family used had no verification process like this. The wolf also told our MC that if he was still doubting him, Ronan could ask Phileon himself later. This one then further apologized for going overboard with the testing process. He also asked Aesel for forgiveness and told him that he was not fond of eating people. Aesel awkwardly smiled and thought that it was really a relief. After that rough start, the wolf introduced himself as Dedan. Apparently he was an apprentice at this blacksmith and sometimes also the gatekeeper. Dedan then asked Ronan his name and confirmed his purpose of wanting to have his own weapon. He also told them to follow him inside, as he would be the one to guide them. Dedan claimed that this area right here was just the entrance to their real workplace. The true forging area was right this way, behind the door that was in front of them. The four then entered the room. Dedan asked them if they were all good. He warned the group to prepare themselves mentally. As he clicked this hidden button on the wall, multiple gears started to turn. The whole place sounded like there was a huge machine moving. After a few seconds, the room trembled as if it was moving. Ronan and his group could only look at the ceiling while they started heading downwards. Dedan then confirmed that this was an elevator made from a magic stone and a pulley. He claimed that this was the fastest way to get to the forge. While they were heading down, Ronan also got his attention. A whole new place was revealed right in front of their eyes. Dedan then told them that this place was called the Grand Kagdoi. Ronan praised this area, as he would never have expected. A place like this existing underground was something Ronan could never have imagined. Dedan just laughed and agreed. The wolf also told our MC to be more excited, as he would take him somewhere really amazing. Ronan and Saita grew more interested when they heard this statement. As a reward for passing Dedan's test, the wolf thought of the best gift, and that was to take Ronan to the dwarf who was considered the capital's best master craftsman. The blacksmith wielded his hammer with tremendous force. Several blacksmiths were diligently working at their anvils. Ronan couldn't have imagined that there was such a huge forge underneath the capital. Dedan explained that their forge only supplied items to the royal family as well as to nobles. There was no discrimination in this place. It was a gathering of skilled master craftsmen. However, the one hailed as the best among them was the elder dwarf residing in the building before which they were standing. That blacksmith was a master who had smelted metal for 400 years. Didon described the man as quite stubborn, but his skills were unrivaled, so Didon respected him. He said this as he kicked the door open. Weapons were scattered on the ground. He asked what the elder was doing. He entered the room and announced that he had brought guests. The blacksmith was currently forging a blade. He knew it was Didon with the way he entered and caused a ruckus. He reminded Didon to be quiet when he was working, but Didon didn't really listen. Didon replied that he couldn't do anything about it since there were weapons in front of the door. So he couldn't open it. He told the blacksmith, whom he called Elder Daron, to clean up. Elder Daron answered that, for a young guy, he nagged a lot. He changed the topic to the guests that Dian brought and asked if they were not bad. Dian confidently answered, "Of course." Dian pointed at Ronan and narrated to Elder Daron that he had tested him and his sword skills were great. He added that he was sure the elder would be shocked once he saw it. That piece of information surprised Elder Daron. He uttered that it was unexpected. Judging by how Ronan looked, he looked like a child. Elder Daron asked Ronan to show him his swordsmanship. He commented that he could tell a lot of things just by looking. Ronan seemed flustered, but he easily complied and drew out his sword. Elder Daron saw his sword and laughed. He called it rubbish. While lightly hammering it, the sword shattered. He asked Ronan if he had been carrying that weapon the whole time. Ronan, Essel, Maria, and Seta looked truly surprised to witness the sword falling apart. Ronan became triggered and exclaimed, demanding an explanation for the old man's actions. Elder Daron, however, calmly pointed behind Ronan and told him to swing any of the swords over there since, with that trashy sword earlier, he wouldn't be able to accurately gauge Ronan's true skill. On top of that, Elder Daron told him that he would give Ronan the sword that he chose, so he wouldn't feel cheated, since any of the swords that he would choose would be 100 times better than the piece of trash he used to swing. This piqued Ronan's interest. Ronan glanced at Dadan, who gave him a nod and uttered, "Well, if you insist." He gazed upon the sword that he had chosen and thought that the vibe was really different, but he still doubted if it would really be that different. He gave the elder a caution, saying it wouldn't be his fault if something got destroyed. Elder Dadaran agreed and told him that he didn't care, he just wanted Ronan to do it properly. He told him to think that he was putting his all into his swing. Ronan stared at his reflection on the blade. He then recalled his encounter with Navaros. He moved to prepare his combat stance and the movement was recognized by the elder. Ronan swung his sword with all his might. This was the same move that Instructor Navaros did. It triggered a massive explosion inside the building, causing its structure to shatter into pieces. People outside the building were extremely surprised. They traced the explosion to Elder Daron's place. They wondered what was going on in the middle of the day. They wondered if a blast furnace had exploded. Yet there stood Elder Daron and Ronan, with everyone frozen in complete shock. A massive dent along the floor was seen. Ronan, being utterly clueless, asked what had just happened. He tried to explain that it wasn't his intention to do that. Elder Daron announced that the technique was Navaros's. He asked Ronan if he was her apprentice. Ronan asked Elder Daron if he knew about Instructor Navaros, and the elder confidently answered that he did, since he was the one who made her sword. Ronan was surprised to hear that. He asked if the elder was referring to the stupidly long sword. Elder Daron confirmed it. That sword was called the Secret Sword Yusa. Elder Daron explained that it was one of the few masterpieces he had forged throughout his life and informed Ronan that the sword he was holding didn't even compare to that sword. He asked how the sword felt for Ronan. Ronan responded that it was amazing. He admitted that he thought it wouldn't really do much. Elder Daron affirmed that was exactly what he thought, that Ronan was a newbie who couldn't judge his own skill well. Elder Daron was elated to convey that it had been a while since he had witnessed such talent. Fueled by his excitement, he patted Ronan's back with such force that it elicited a groaning noise from Ronan. Elder Daron informed him that it's also a problem if he's too talented because it would be hard to forge a sword that could suit him. It could be easily seen that the sword he just used was finding it difficult to handle his swings. Ronan noticed the crack on the blade of the sword. He asked what he should do. Elder Daran told him that normal materials wouldn't last against his power. He needed to use the highest grade steel and melt it with a special material. The blacksmith thought that at least a byproduct of a wyvern would be enough, but he still wondered what else could be good. Ronan seemed to realize something when he heard the word byproduct. He brought out something and asked if that could be used. Elder Daran took a good look at it and found that it was an eggshell. The front door of Elder Daran's workshop was still intact, but the massive hole on the wall at the side could be easily noticed. He started forging, but he couldn't believe his eyes. His mithril hammer against the mere shell of an egg. It was useless. It didn't even make a dent. He couldn't fathom that a material like that existed. With passion and excitement, he asked Ronan if it was really okay for him to use that valuable thing. Ronan answered that it was okay since it was useless to him anyway, and asked if it was enough to make him a sword. Elder Daran seemed hyped about his new task and answered Ronan saying yes, and that he could come back for it after 2 weeks. He announced that he would prepare the Empire's best sword. Ronan replied that he would be looking forward to it. Asel and Maria were occupied looking at the other weapons in the building. Elder Daran told them that since they were already there they should go meet other masters too. The two seemed elated with that thought. Elder Daran explained that he couldn't just send back the friends of such a valuable person empty-handed. He told them to inform the masters that they visited upon his referral, and the masters would look after them. He admitted that he wanted to take care of them too, but at the moment he couldn't do anything else except for smelting the egg. He worked with his hammer and let out a hearty laugh as he commented that it was a great sound. Ronan and the rest witnessed this, and they all had funny expressions on their faces. Ronan couldn't help but think that the old man was crazy. Meanwhile, an underground location was being lit up by several torches. An angry person wearing a white hood lamented that the guys above them were loud and annoying. He added that he was at the point where he wanted to set them all on fire. Another guy in white robes told him to hold back since it was not yet time to reveal themselves, and that it wouldn't be that much longer now. Inside the underground base, there were several massive stone figures. The person in white robes narrated that starting from those ignorant blacksmiths to everything in the Empire, the day that everything disappears and is buried in light is coming. They were looking at a massive entity with red glowing eyes enclosed in a yellowish crystal. A few days later, Ronan was walking in the school grounds. He recalled his encounter with Elder Daran, the old man who was regarded as the best blacksmith in the Empire, and who was going to make him a sword. Asel and Maria were even commissioning the other blacksmiths in the area. He was aware that it looked like it would cost a lot, but none of it was his problem. He happily took out the Grana emblem. The costs weren't his problem, because it wasn't his money. He would pay for everything using the emblem. But there was just one problem. The sword would take up to half a month to be completed. Ronan was bored, and he was thinking of what to do until then. Asal and Maria were in class at the moment. He then noticed his surroundings. He realized that the place seemed familiar. It was the training center used exclusively by the upperclassmen. He was in front of Galleon Hall. He was aware that it was the place where Instructor Navaros held her classes. He had been putting off coming there because the instructor told him that he should bring a real weapon first, but now he thought that he already had something to use temporarily and wondered if he should go today. Before he could finish his thoughts, he sensed an ominous aura. He looked to the side and was horrified to see Instructor Navaros. She pinched his ears with strength and said, "Long time no see." She reminded Ronan to come to class after he got a weapon. She asked him why he had been up late and speculated that he was skipping classes. While his ears were still being pinched, Ronan answered that he wasn't skipping classes, and that he had his own circumstances. The instructor dragged him by his ears and told him to follow her. She said that she would listen to his excuses along the way. Ronan replied that he already got it and asked her to let him go. He yelled that it hurt. His loud voice caught the attention of one of the students. The student went to the window to check what the noise was. As she was on her way to check it, a male student bumped into her and scolded her for blocking the way. She apologized to the male student named Cardin. As she picked up the papers that fell, Cardin continued to criticize her for being so slow despite being a teaching assistant. Cardin called her a nuisance and told her that if she had time to space out, she should just quickly prepare for class. She just agreed and left. At the sparring center, instructor Navaros, together with Ronan, faced the students. She told them that he was noisy during the entrance ceremony, so many of them probably knew him already. She formally introduced Ronan to the students, and told them that Ronan would be attending class with all of them. Ronan bowed and introduced himself, saying that he was a first year in the martial arts department, and that he would be in their care. The students started gossiping among themselves. One student asked if he was the one who got second place among the first years. Another expressed that it was expected for Ronan to skip a grade. Others doubted his ability and judged him by how he looked. In his mind he thought, "I can hear everything, you bastards," but he spotted familiar faces that he was glad to see, and one that he wasn't glad to see that person. He thought that it would be fun, but his thoughts instantly disappeared when someone entered the room. A woman entered and apologized for being late. This was the same woman who heard him screaming earlier. The woman approached the front while explaining that she had to finish something urgent. Ronan seemed to recognize the voice. She asked Navaros if she had waited for a long time. Navaros told her that it was fine and she should catch her breath first. Navaros said that she was just introducing a new guy and pointed at Ronan. The woman knew that it was the famous junior that Navaros had talked about. Navaros instructed Ronan to greet the teaching assistant. The woman turned to him and told him that it was nice to meet him. She introduced herself as a second year from the martial arts department and the teaching assistant of the class. Her name was Adeshan. She extended her hand and told him that she hoped they would get along. Ronan was really surprised. The Grand Commander was in front of him. Adeshan was acknowledged for her overwhelming ability to command. She rose to become the first female general, the one who dominated the battlefield with cool-headed judgment and excellent leadership. She was also called the Iron Lady. Those who served under her leadership would describe her as having molten iron running through her veins instead of blood. Because of that, Ronan thought it was unimaginable that the Grand Commander would make such a happy and relaxed expression. Ronan observed her and he could tell that she had no recollection of the past. He wondered if what he was seeing now was the true face of the general in his first life. He recalled the favor she had asked him back then. She asked him to tell her to do tailoring instead of wasting time on nonsense. Ronan was puzzled about what he had to do. It was a big problem for him, but setting that aside, he noticed something earlier. A student rudely called Adeshan to take a look at his stance. Another student rudely asked Adeshan for another handkerchief, and she attended to more students. Ronan wondered why she was so busy. He observed that she was even doing errands that only a maid would have to do. He started questioning if a teaching assistant should be like that. A student approached Ronan and commented that he looked bored earlier. He invited Ronan to spar with him. Ronan asked him, "A spar all of a sudden?" The guy apologized for it being too sudden. The guy introduced himself as Cardin Owen, a third-year student. He told Ronan that he had heard he was amazing during the entrance ceremony. He added that if the rumors were true, he would like to use the sparring to learn something. Ronan told him that there was something he was occupied with right now. Ronan was about to say that they could do it later, but Cardin cut him off mid-sentence by commenting that he didn't bring his weapon when he asked for a spar. Cardin looked at Adeshan, addressed her as loser, and commanded her to bring him his practice spear. Adeshan acknowledged his request with a smile. She told him that she would bring it in no time. Ronan felt furious. The word loser echoed in his ears. His expression became dark as he thought about how Cardin dared to call her that. Adeshan handed Cardin his weapon, but Cardin seemed confused. He scolded her for bringing the long spear since it had been a while since he switched to the short spear. Adeshan apologized and explained that he was using a long spear in the last class. Cardin got even more annoyed with her. He smacked her head using the spear and scolded her for talking back to him. He criticized her for not knowing it despite being the teaching assistant. Cardin insulted her by saying that in the first place she wasn't qualified to attend their class. He continued smacking the crown of her head. Cardin added that if she was able to enter after begging the instructor, she should at least do her chores well. He asked her if she had no conscience or if she was just too shameless. Adeshan apologized and Ronan was just listening to their conversation. Ronan grabbed the body of the spear. Adeshan was shocked by his action. Cardin asked Ronan why he was butting in. Ronan told him that they should do what he suggested and added that if not, I have no idea what I'll do. Carden was confused about what Ronan was talking about. Ronan asked him why he didn't understand. With a furious expression, Ronan told Carden, "Let's spar, you dumbass." Carden commented that it was a little shocking. He asked Ronan if he heard him right and what he didn't like. He looked at Ronan's angry expression and realized something, that he was doing it because of that loser named Adeshan. He asked Ronan if he knew her. He continued to ask if it was because they were both lowly commoners. Carden continued to comment on how Ronan and Adeshan were twins, but he didn't know about it. Ronan let the spear go and told Carden to shut up and get beaten. He had a horrifying expression as he threatened him. If he didn't want to get up, he swung his sword towards him, and Carden had a difficult time blocking it with his spear. Carden was struggling, and he noticed something. His spear was forming cracks. Carden wondered how Ronan could use such power without using any mana. Carden was blasted away by Ronan's strength. The spear was broken in half. Ronan told him that since he was whining about not wanting to use the spear, he changed it for him, as if to mock him. Ronan asked if Carden liked it. Carden couldn't contain his anger. He charged at Ronan, while telling him that he didn't know his place. The spear was approaching Ronan, but he remained calm. Carden threatened Ronan by asking him if he thought he'd get out unscathed after that. The spear was just an inch away from Ronan's face, but in a swift motion it broke. It was cut cleanly into several pieces. Pieces of the spear scattered. Carden was shocked, while Ronan calmly answered him, "Yeah, I will be." Carden couldn't believe it, while Ronan continued to talk to him and told him that he should just worry about himself. Ronan swung his sword several times, hitting Carden with a powerful force that blasted him away. But Ronan didn't stop there. His sword met Carden's face and torso, and he held the sword with both hands to prepare for a powerful strike. He swung it swiftly, hitting Carden's body and jaw. Carden groaned in pain. His face was swollen as his body collided with the ground. With a fierce expression, Ronan told him that he was lucky they met inside the academy. If they were outside, Carden would have already died. The onlookers couldn't believe that Carden had lost when he was one of the highest ranked among the third years. Ronan approached the students, picking who the next one would be. He pointed at the guy with the towel. He stepped close to the guy while scolding him, saying that if it smells, he should be the one to wash it and not ask others to do it for him. Ronan was about to address Adeshan as Grand Commander, but instantly changed it to Assistant Instructor. He asked the guy if she was his servant. The guy panicked in fear. Ronan asked him to step forward and told him that he would wreck his nostrils. But Adeshan stepped in. She told him that she didn't understand why he was doing this but assured him that she was fine and asked him to calm down. However, Ronan told her to move. It was evident in Ronan's expression that he was trying to contain his anger. He told her that he could hold back on other things but not when she was being looked down upon. Ronan had a serious expression as he thought that it wouldn't just be those idiots, and corrected himself, "No one can look down on her." He recalled the Grand Commander and thought that at least in the Empire she was someone who wasn't supposed to be treated that way. He brushed past her and politely asked her to move, saying that he wouldn't stop until he beat those guys. But the atmosphere changed as soon as Navaros commanded everyone to stop. Her aura covered Ronan as she commanded him to stop. This made Ronan come back to his senses. She approached him while emitting a horrifying aura. She told Ronan that he wouldn't be held responsible for the fight he just had since more unfortunate accidents can happen in real battles. Navaros's aura was depicted as a ferocious serpent's eye, and it was like her scaly serpent-like body was wrapped around her. She wore a serious expression while she explained that if Ronan escalated things further, she would no longer overlook them. She told him to drop his sword and walk away. Ronan couldn't move his body. He had a horrified expression as he looked back. He saw a huge snake ready to devour him. Its tongue almost reached his face. He started to realize that it was the unprecedented Sword Saint instructor Navaros's aura. Navaros told him that what he was about to do couldn't be considered as a spar, and since she was the instructor for the class, she couldn't let the lesson deviate further. Ronan replied that she should have known what her teaching assistant was going through. Ronan gripped his sword and continued, saying that up until now, Navaros had just stood and watched despite knowing what was happening. Navaros told him that it was between her and her assistant, and it didn't concern him. With fierce eyes, she gave him her last warning and told him to stop. Ronan met her gaze with the same fierce expression. He told her that it didn't matter if she was the unprecedented sword saint or not. He pointed his sword at her and told her that his decision remained the same. With a furious expression, he told her off. Navaros commented that it couldn't be helped. She called out the grieving snake, and the snake's mouth opened wide as if it was ready to devour Ronan. Ronan smirked, and a green aura continued to envelop him. He recalled a memory from the past where he asked the Grand Commander why she volunteered to take the position of commander when everybody else declined. The Grand Commander answered that he would understand one day, explaining that there are things you can't force someone else to do, and it becomes one's own destiny. He clearly remembered the Grand Commander's reply and wondered what she was thinking. He recalled the time they stood in front of a pile of corpses and wondered what burden she was carrying on her shoulders. The Grand Commander addressed him and sincerely apologized for passing the burden on to him. She told him not to forgive her. Ronan woke up screaming, "No!" He was panting, and someone asked him what was wrong. The lady asked if he had a nightmare. Ronan was surprised to see who it was. He couldn't help but stare at the Grand Commander while she stared back at him. Ronan called Adeshan Grand Commander when he woke up. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. She asked Ronan what he was talking about. Ronan laughed and told Adeshan that he made a mistake and told her not to worry about it. Adeshan was very confused by Ronan's behavior. Ronan then asked her if he was currently in the clinic. Adeshan told him that he was. She told him that Navaros asked her to bring him here. She revealed to Ronan that Navaros said she would correct his behavior in the supplementary classes. When Ronan heard this, he immediately knew that he had messed up and Navaros was going to kill him. After passing on Navaros's message, Adeshan asked Ronan if he was angry for her sake when he fought Navaros. Ronan was startled when he heard Adeshan's question. He looked away from her and told her that the reason he fought was because he is an upright gentleman who values manners a lot. Adeshan immediately knew that Ronan was lying when he said this. She told him that he was a bad liar. She told Ronan not to hate Cardin and the other students too much. She said that she understood why they treated her like that. Ronan was shocked to hear this. With an angry look on his face, Ronan told Adeshan that she did not do anything wrong other than working hard as a teaching assistant. He asked her why she was even a teaching assistant in the first place. Adeshan was surprised to hear this question. Ronan told her that he understood the fact that Navaros allowed the students to misbehave because they were young and got caught up in the moment, but he would never accept the fact that an instructor turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of her students. He asked Adeshan if she was not angry with Navaros. Adeshan smiled and told Ronan not to misunderstand anything. She told him that the reason Navaros turned a blind eye to her situation was because she asked her to. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He thought Adeshan was spouting nonsense. Adeshan told him that she was enjoying privileges that she did not deserve. She revealed to Ronan that one has to reach the level of sword expert to attend Navaros's class, but even after taking a 1-year leave from school, she could barely control any aura. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Grand Commander Adeshan, who had such an incredible aura on the battlefield, also had a time when she was powerless. Adeshan told Ronan that she asked Navaros to turn a blind eye to whatever treatment the students gave her. She asked for this favor because she did not want to burden Navaros, who accepted her as her teaching assistant. She told Ronan that she was enjoying a lot of privileges, so she had to pay the price for it by enduring any humiliation. The lady also told Ronan that she could handle it, so he should not worry. She thanked Ronan for what he did for her. She told him that she used to believe that she had gotten used to trivial things, but today was a bit painful for her. The room was then filled with silence. Ronan asked Adeshan if the reason she was going through such lengths was because she wanted to become a Grand Commander. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. She did not understand how Ronan was able to find out about her goal. With a smile on her face, she told Ronan that her dream was to become the Grand Commander of the Empire. She told him that while her dream may sound stupid coming from someone who has not reached the level of a sword expert, she did not plan to give up. She told Ronan that she was confident in military science and tactics, and she was working hard to reach her goal. After saying this, she realized that it was already time for her next class. She told Ronan to take a good rest before going back to class. Ronan thanked her for watching over him. Adeshan smiled and told him not to worry about it. After saying this, she left. When Adeshan left the clinic, Ronan remembered her last moments. He remembered Adeshan telling him that if they ever met in the past, he should advise her to stop trying to become a grand commander and just focus on tailoring. With a smile on her face, she told Ronan that she had done a lot of things, but she had never tried tailoring. Ronan was in a dilemma. He did not know how to tell Adeshan to give up on her dream and try being a tailor. A few days later, Ronan and Maria went to the forge that led to the entrance of Grand Kadodai. This was because Duran told them that he wanted to see them. But when Ronan and his friends arrived at the entrance of the forge, there was nobody there. Ronan was angry to see this because Duran had sent him a letter through a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night. Duran wrote that he had created a masterpiece and wanted them to come over to get it. While looking around, Ronan accidentally stepped on a helmet. He kicked the helmet away in anger and said that the forge was too dirty. He could not believe that they treated customers so poorly. Maria was surprised by how Ronan reacted. She asked Asel why Ronan was so sensitive these days. Asel said that he had no idea why Ronan was so angry. Ronan told his friends that they had to go into the forge themselves. Asel and Maria were surprised to hear this. Maria asked Ronan if he was allowed to do such a thing. Ronan reminded Maria that Duran was the one who asked them to come see him. He told her to stop talking and follow him. They stepped into the elevator and Ronan pressed the secret button. The room started moving and Ronan claimed that he was right. While the elevator was going down, Ronan said that Duran was an old man with poor customer service. He said that he would deal with Duran once he met him. Maria and Asel could not believe how insane their friend was. As the elevator moved further down, Ronan saw something that shocked him. The whole Grand Kadodai was engulfed in flames. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He looked around and found people lying unconscious on the ground. Asel immediately called Ronan's attention and pointed at something. A rock giant was chasing after the blacksmiths. Ronan did not understand why rock giants would be in the forge. Asel asked Ronan for their next course of action. Ronan grabbed Asel by his waist and carried him up. He put his leg on the elevator rails and prepared to jump. Asel was very confused by the situation. As for Maria, Ronan told her to go back up and bring any master or soldier she could find, and she immediately complied. Our MC then jumped down from the elevator. He asked Asel to use his telekinesis. Asel immediately used a skill called Invisible Hand. The scene shifted, and we saw the blacksmiths about to get crushed by a rock giant. The creature, still on a rampage, held its hands up high. Fortunately, Ronan jumped over the giant and destroyed its hand. When he landed on the ground, the creature didn't expect this, and was still confused. Ronan addressed the blacksmiths and said that there was a lot on his mind these days, and his head was a bit stuffy. With a terrifying look on his face, he told the giant that it chose the wrong day to attack this place. The rock giant was not even intimidated. It used its other hand to attack Ronan. It swung its arm with great force. Its fist moved towards our MC. Meanwhile, this guy was not moving. He maintained his serious expression, but when its hand got close to Ronan, he suddenly vanished. Ronan dodged the attack and jumped on the giant's hand. He used this opportunity to leap off the giant's shoulder, and in a split second he destroyed its head. The creature had no way to process what really happened. The head fell down and it created a massive explosion along the area. The blacksmiths who Ronan saved could not believe that someone as young as him could defeat a rock giant in one blow. They also recognized him as the one who came to Elder Duran last time. Our MC then got their attention. He climbed on top of the giant and asked the blacksmiths for an explanation. Ronan was now hoping to find out what the hell was really going on. Their conversation went on, but this time Asel was already with them. Our MC couldn't believe what the blacksmiths had told him. Dozens of rock giants barged into the forging groups. The blacksmiths said that they did not know why the rock giants attacked them. They came out from somewhere underground and destroyed everything as they saw fit. They killed and captured several blacksmiths, including Doron. After capturing some blacksmiths, they went back to where they came from. The old men also informed our MC that Didon chased after them, but given that the werewolf was not good at fighting, he might also be in trouble. Ronan's expression quickly shifted as he knew that those who had been captured could immediately become food for the rock giants. After hearing about the situation, Ronan stood up and asked the blacksmiths if the giant he killed was the last one. The blacksmiths said yes. Ronan then ordered Alel to check for other injured people with Maria. He also told Asel to heal anyone they found. He asked her to take Shita with him to assist in healing. Asel was shocked to hear this. He asked Ronan what he was going to do. Our MC told Galau that he was going to save the captured blacksmiths, especially since he had something he wanted to get from Diron. The scene shifted, and we saw Elder Daron holding a sword while shaking in fear. He told Daron that while he was grateful that he came to save him, it would be better for Daron to run away. Two rock giants were forcing their way through an enclosed space in order to get to Daron and Daron. Upon seeing the situation at hand, Daron urged Didan to run away quickly. He told Didan that he would be able to survive with his invisible army. The werewolf had enough of it, and shouted to Elder Daron to shut up. He told him that things were already tough for him, as it is, so he did not need Daron to be spewing some nonsense. With an angry look on his face, Didan told Daron to swing his sword if he had the strength to say such ridiculous things. But Elder Daron told Didan that he could not swing this sword because it was his best masterpiece. While gleaming in amazement, he said that he did not want to taint the sword with his stupid swordsmanship. Didon called Detron a crazy old man when he heard this. He told Detron that this was not the moment for him to act crazy about swords. While they were talking, the rock giants had slowly managed to break the place they were hiding in. They finally entered. The rock giant held its gigantic hand up high, and was already targeting them. The next thing we saw was that the hand had already hit the ground with tremendous force, but something seemed to stop the gigantic hand. Elder Diron thought that they were going to die, but something surprised him. Diron had managed to block the giant's attack, but even with this feat, the werewolf clearly took significant damage. Didan could also tell that all the functions and benefits that his armor provided him got destroyed in one hit. The rock giant started to retreat its hand. While he was thankful for surviving that attack, Didan thought that he should have done everything he wanted in life. The werewolf was so busy contemplating life that he didn't notice something move swiftly near them. As he thought that he still had so many regrets in life, someone appeared right behind the rock giants. This person was also wielding a sword. The werewolf was then frozen in shock as he witnessed something incredible in front of him. Multiple red slashes were seen, and these attacks were done in a split second. Slowly the rock giants crumbled to the ground. A voice was also heard, and it praised Didan for doing a great job. The person that just defeated multiple rock giants was none other than Ronan. He also told him that he could now rest easy as he would handle everything. Elder Daron and Didan were very surprised to see Ronan standing in front of them. The werewolf asked Ronan how he was able to get to this place because there were a lot of giants along the way. Ronan smiled and told Didan that he killed all the rock giants in the process. He also saved the remaining blacksmiths. Didan and Daron could not believe what they heard. Didan wondered if such a thing was possible. Ronan then stretched his hand out and asked Daron to give him the new sword because his current sword was already ruined and could not be used anymore. Apparently our MC had heard the old blacksmith say that this thing was his masterpiece. That was the time he found out that it was really his sword. Elder Daron asked Ronan to take it. The old man also added that the hilt was still incomplete, but the sword was already usable. Our MC smiled and thanked him for the sword. He took a stance and unsheathed the sword. He wondered how good his new sword really was. The moment he did this, more rock giants entered the cave they were in. The giants rushed to attack Ronan. RMC didn't move immediately as he was still thinking about testing the sword. By using a light swing, the simple movement he had done created a massive red slash. These creatures were stunned to see such a powerful attack coming towards them. Upon hitting the rock giants, they were all blasted away. Amazed by the level of power the sword possessed, Didon was very surprised to see what had happened, while Elder Daron was extremely happy with his creation. Ronan wondered about the weapon he was holding. Elder Daron then approached our MC and asked him if he liked La Mancha. Ronan was surprised by the name of the weapon. Daron told him that he got the name from his favorite daydreamer. With an excited look on his face, Daron told Ronan that the sword was so light that you could barely feel the weight in your hands, and the material was sturdier than mithril, so it could withstand all swordsmanship. The old blacksmith added that he didn't even cast any enchantment on the weapon, but it already possessed a powerful trait. La Mancha then began to suck the blood of the dead rock giants. Daron revealed to Ronan that it had the ability to restore the damage it had taken by absorbing blood. Ronan wondered if the reason La Mancha had this ability was because it was made out of Kaza eggshell. After that, our MC told Daron that he was more amazing than he expected. Daron told Ronan that he was glad that he liked the sword. Meanwhile, Didon was confused by the situation. He could not believe that Ronan and Daron were complimenting each other in their current situation. He told Ronan that they were the only blacksmiths left, so it was better that they get out of this cave. Ronan was relieved to hear this, but instead of coming along, Ronan told Didon to take Elder Daron out of there. He said that he had something he needed to check. Didon asked Ronan what he wanted to check. This guy took a deep breath and said that it was nothing much. With a menacing look on his face, Ronan said that there was a rat hiding in this place, and the rat was a very big one. Along with it, there were two mysterious beings guiding it. Didon didn't get the metaphor that Ronan meant. He got confused hearing the word rat. The werewolf then asked our MC to explain more about it. Ronan revealed that he knew something was off. He further discussed that he knew a lot of things about the rock giants, and these creatures were not known for mobbing or attacking anyone. As a matter of fact, they were considered well-behaved. After that, Ronan touched the rock giant. It then started to vibrate, and it startled Elder Daron and Didon. There was something unusual at the back of the heads of the rock giants. A few seconds later, a magic circle appeared, and Ronan told them that this was the first time he had seen one from these creatures. Our MC asked Elder Daron to inspect it, but the old man revealed that he was not quite familiar with these kinds of things. However, he mentioned that the reverberation of the mana from this magic circle was quite crafty. Sweat fell down his face as Elder Daron revealed that this was the reason why the rock giants went wild. He wondered who did this, and Ronan also seemed to have no idea. Our MC's expression turned more grim as this topic was brought up. He looked at the footprints of the rock giants and told everyone that this was something they needed to find out. The underground cave continued to emit this chilly aura. Ronan followed the footprints and dashed towards the inner part of it. He thought that he was still not sure about it, but he had noticed something while looking at the footprints of the rock giants. There were some footsteps that were much smaller, which confirmed that there should be humans that headed the same way. He also encountered some defense system type mana stones, so these ones were protecting Prevent. As he found more clues along the way, Ronan figured that this attack was planned out. A few seconds later, something stopped him in his tracks. Ronan heard people's voices talking. He then slowly approached this place and hid himself. He wanted to find out the identities of these people. His expression turned grim as he peeked, and that was because of this thing that shone and glowed in a bright gold color. It was like a rock giant, but unlike the normal ones, it was filled with gemstones. Ronan also saw two people in white robes standing in front of it. He immediately thought that whoever these two were, they were the ones responsible for the chaos that just happened. But the most important thing was the creature in front of them. Our MC even compared the previous rock giant he defeated to looking like a child compared to this monster. Ronan thought that the creature was still sealed as it was not moving, but it would really be a problem when it started wreaking havoc. He was also startled when he heard one of the mysterious people mention an intruder. The other one asked if his comrade was certain about it, and the other one confirmed it because the brainwashing connection he had cast on the rock giants got disconnected. It turned out that the one who cast the spell was a lady with blonde hair, and the other one was a guy with red eyes. The guy commented that it was unusual for the Empire to act this fast. He then inquired what they should do next. They were already out of rock giants to control, and they still couldn't operate this gigantic creature. Since they ran out of options, he suggested that he should just go and take care of the pest himself. This guy had an intimidating expression, and an ominous aura kept on seeping out from him. The lady addressed him as Idruan, and she agreed, since they had destroyed most of the surrounding facilities. That would greatly affect the output of the Empire's weapon manufacturers. She also emphasized that if their identities were to be revealed, a certain person they knew wouldn't sit still. This was also the time her name was mentioned. The name of the blonde lady was Scylla, and she suggested that they should now clean up and leave this place. Speaking of cleaning up, Edouan asked her if he could now get rid of something. Scylla agreed. The one Edouan was talking about was none other than Ronan. Our MC's expression quickly changed as he found out that these two mysterious people had already sensed his presence. Edouan announced that he found this out because of the smell of the smith's sulfur. This guy then immediately cast a fireball and threw it towards Ronan. Our MC was not able to react right away as he didn't expect these two to discover him this quickly. But since he had no other choice, he gritted his teeth and prepared himself. A massive explosion was then seen along the area. Edouan let out a laugh as he commented that this situation was kind of unexpected. As the dust settled, Ronan's eyes exuded an intimidating glare. Seeing him unscathed, Edouan wondered who the hell this kid right in front of them was. The area around our MC was still filled with flames. This guy then commented that our MC was quite agile since he was able to dodge his fireball spell. While talking, Edouan cast another set of fireballs. He asked Ronan if he should tie his feet first. Ronan stared at the incoming attack. He figured that if his enemy was able to materialize magic this fast, he wasn't the average guy. Edouan stepped forward and asked him another question. He inquired how Ronan was able to get in this place, as the defense system they had set up was not easy to break through. But our MC didn't answer their question. Instead, he made a question as well and asked who they were. Ronan even teased them that even though they were so eager to meet each other, this place was too extreme for that. Since Ronan had the time to make a joke, Edouan humored him and told Ronan that it would be more fun if they killed him right now. Scylla then commented that they were just wasting more time, but this guy just smiled and requested for Scylla to allow him to have some fun, as there wasn't much time left. He was talking about the Empire, and in a maniacal way he exclaimed that this place would soon be buried in starlight. As soon as Ronan heard this comment, something clicked and his expression changed. He remembered something that changed his whole life. To be buried in starlight was the same comment that Ahuti said to him before dying. The playful voice of Ronan was now gone. He then asked Edouan again to repeat the words he just said. All Ronan could feel right now was wrath. Even the nerves on his face were already popping. This was because those exact words meant something to him in the past. The smug expression that this guy had also changed as he felt that the aura coming from his enemy had turned into something grim. Wielding his sword, our MC told them that they needed to come with him. He exclaimed that he had a lot of questions to ask. Edouan smirked as he heard Ronan's request. He also wondered if Ronan even had the strength to capture both of them. He then formed another fireball onto his palm as he addressed our MC. Edouan was just about to ask Ronan if he thought it was really possible, but his words were stopped as Ronan dashed towards him and severed his arm. The attack happened so fast that it took Edouan a few seconds to process things. This was also the time when Ronan answered his question, saying that it was indeed possible for him to capture them. With a more annoyed expression, Ronan told them to just become compliant or else they would get packed. Edouan groaned in pain as he fell on the ground trying to reach for his other arm. Meanwhile, Scylla also needed some time to get a hold of herself. She couldn't believe that even her comrade was not able to react. While she was lost in thought, a hand suddenly appeared in her vision. Ronan just grabbed her neck. He didn't spare Scylla even though this lady was already choking. Ronan then stared at her and told her to obediently answer his questions unless she wanted to end up like Edouan. Even with her throat being held tightly, Scylla still mustered her strength to speak. A bright yellow light covered her body. She got to cast a spell called Mana Shield, and this immediately pushed our MC back. But this didn't even intimidate Ronan. He just took this as her answer that she was not going to be obedient. He also took a glance at his hand as it was still trembling. He noted that the shield was quite sturdy. The only problem was it was not enough to withstand the attack that he just launched. 2 red slashes were now coming Scylla's way. Based on her expression, she clearly didn't expect that her mana shield would just be shattered by a mere student. Just like that, Ronan landed a decisive wound towards this bitch. She coughed blood as she screamed in pain. Our MC had this soulless stare at Scylla as he found out something about her. It was revealed that this lady right here was a half-elf. Her ears were quite noticeable. Ronan took note of this and wondered how she got associated with Edwan. While Ronan was busy with Scylla, a weird thing was starting to form behind him. It also gathered flames around it. The next thing our MC knew was that he heard a voice that said, "Explosion." A massive fireball was also coming his way, but this surprise attack didn't catch him off guard. He quickly turned his attention towards the magic spell. He swung laments and it exuded a powerful slash that cut the massive fireball. The cut fireball then headed towards the massive creature behind them. Dust then covered the area. Ronan wondered how this thing was possible. He was sure that he just cut his limbs. The one he was referring to was now covered with this brown substance that kept on taking its form. It was none other than Edwan. This guy just grew his body parts and he was now ready for action. Our MC thought that this was really a disgusting sight. Edwan was clearly annoyed at how the situation had turned out. He also exclaimed towards Ronan to get away from Scylla. The atmosphere just became more tense. It was as if one wrong move would decide life or death. One move would determine the course of their survival. Ronan was the first one to break the silence by stabbing Cyril in her leg. He told Edwan that he still hadn't gotten a grasp of the situation yet. Seeing that his comrade was in danger, this guy became more wary of his actions. He clearly hesitated, as they were the ones at a disadvantage. With a serious expression, Ronan made it clear that these two had messed up. Our MC then repeated stabbing Scylla while giving Edwan options on what to do. He could either be obedient and answer his questions, or Ronan would give her a taste of amputation. He even wondered if it would grow back just like Edwan's. This guy got rid of the fireball that he was casting and lowered his guard. Edwan had finally chosen to follow our MC. Ronan was glad to hear this. He commented that he wouldn't want more blood to be spilled. He looked at Celia and added that it would be troublesome if these guys just died. But something was clearly wrong. The innocent face that this half-elf had was gone. She now had this sinister smile. Our MC wondered why she was smiling. While thinking about it, a huge hand with glowing gemstones was already heading his way. Ronan was clearly caught off guard. He now questioned when she finalized and finished the seal. Luckily, he was still able to use his sword and attempted to block the attack, but the force coming from the giant was powerful enough to send him flying. Ronan crashed on the ground. The impact was quite massive, and the whole area was filled with dust once again. Incomplete regenerated feet then emerged. It was from Edwan. He asked Cyrilla if she was fine. The lady said yes, and she noted that she owed him one. Turns out Edwan's massive fireball was just a diversion to distract Ronan's attention. During their talk, Cyrilla managed to cast a magic spell that hindered our MC's perception. That was the time when she was able to activate the giant. But the thing was, its arm was the only thing she could control. She was still thankful that the surprise attack had done significant damage to their opponent. Just to make sure, Edwan told her that he would check and put an end to their opponent now. While still groaning in pain, Scylla reminded her comrade to be careful. She even commented that Ronan was a monster with the face of a child. Edwan then assured her that he wouldn't be reckless. In his mind, he agreed with Cyrilla. The one they were fighting just now was no mere child. He knew that if he didn't kill our MC now, he would be a huge threat to their organization later. The dust was clearing out, and we could see that Ronan was still on his knees after that massive attack. Our MC thought that he wouldn't lose to someone like this. Then, he dashed and vanished in an instant. The next thing Edwan knew was that his limbs were all severed. Ronan followed it up by releasing more slashes. This guy played Fruit Ninja for sure. The regenerated body of Edwan fell on the ground, and while holding his sword tightly, Ronan asked them where they thought they were going. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he thought he had made himself clear a while ago. Cyrilla was shocked after seeing that Edwan just got defeated in an instant. Our MC told them again that he really had a lot of questions to ask, and the sound of his desperation filled Scylla with fear. She couldn't even move her body. Instinctively, she moved and was about to cast a mana shield again just to protect herself. She wondered how an injured student could still move. Meanwhile, Ronan's body was already trembling. The strain that the previous surprise attack gave to his body was significant, but he uttered that he would never let them go. The moment he said this, something happened. It was as if time froze. Ronan fell on his knees once again. The adrenaline that kept him fighting was slowly fading away. He struggled, thinking that his body wouldn't even listen to him now. He was at his limit. Celia noticed this. She wanted to kill Ronan, but she still couldn't guarantee if she could win this fight. She then decided that reporting this incident should be her first priority. The half-elf blonde lady cast a magic spell and a bright portal appeared, but before leaving, she turned around and talked to Ronan. She reminded him that their fight was still not over. Sorella promised that she would find out everything about him and take them away. With this disgusting expression, she emphasized that she would start with Ronan's family, lover, and even his friends. Hearing threats like this was just a trigger for our MC. You guys all know how this would turn out. Threatening his family made Ronan's expression turn grim. He thought to himself that he couldn't let this happen. He had just barely managed to find a clue about the so-called angels that destroyed the world last time. In his mind, if these people could escape his grasp, all things would be the same. Ronan still tried to stop Sorella. He kept on shouting for this lady to not go. But then a familiar voice was heard beside the shouts of Ronan. Someone holding a white-sheathed sword and emitting a green and deadly aura appeared. This person also said the word stop, and unlike Ronan's pleas, Cella's body stopped. It was as if she was commanded. Ronan turned his head as the voice told Celia that she also had a lot of questions to answer. The person who came to the scene planned to have this lady answer them all first. Celia was still stunned. She knew that a predator was lurking. The aura of the unprecedented sword saint had completely lingered and enveloped the area. With an annoyed and furious expression, Navaros asked why the hell these people dared to touch her disciple. The whole place was then filled with silence. Instructor Navaros told Ronan that she had heard everything in detail, and she praised him for doing such an amazing job. Even while being beaten, our MC still managed to smile and comment that Navaros's timing was perfect. Unbelievable. This lady right here was the backup that Maria managed to get, and truth be told, she was more than enough to handle everything. Ronan told her that he was glad to see her in a place like this, but Instructor Navaros just scoffed at him and remarked that since he was still able to blabber, she could assume he was doing fine. Her calm expression then changed as she turned her attention to the blonde lady in front of her. Celia felt a chill down her spine as she heard Navaros say that she would be dealing with them first. She trembled as she recalled the person whose aura could take the form of a snake and paralyze the body of her opponent. This half-elf was puzzled as to why that person was here. Celia was just thinking of running away, but Navaros's hand was already about to touch her. Her cheek was grabbed and she was not able to utter any magic spell. Navaros told her that she had committed sins she should have never done, but the thing that angered Navaros the most was that these people had harmed her disciple. This right here was the point of view of the half-elf blonde lady. Navaros just showed her the future that she wouldn't want to see. In front of them was a huge snake that opened its mouth and was ready to devour Sorella. She tried to escape, but it was no use. She had no choice but to stare at the aura of Navaros. Her consciousness then slowly started fading away. In her mind, she apologized to the ones who were called stars, and just like that, Sorella had completely fallen to the ground. Ronan stared at her blankly while Navaros once again commended him for holding these two mysterious people until she got there. As for the report that would be needed after this incident, Ronan would have to go to the principal himself. Our MC also asked his professor if the future she was referring to a while ago was the Laolan prison. This waifu confirmed it and wondered how Ronan knew about this place and why he was asking about it. Ronan, on the other hand, was speechless upon hearing this information. The Lowland prison was a place also known as the Fortress of Screams. It was built in the middle of the sea. It was notorious for interrogating criminals who had gone against the Empire. They used all sorts of means and methods just to receive any form of confessions. Ronan wanted to take this opportunity and ask Navaros for something. He wondered if he could observe the interrogation that would be done towards these two. Navaros was just about to tell him that it was a ridiculous idea, but then Ronan held her hand. He expressed his desire to go to that place. Once our MC pleaded and revealed that this was a really important problem to him. The Sword Saint didn't expect this from her disciple, so she was speechless for a second. A few moments after the fierce battle, healers and backups from the Empire had arrived at Grand Carpet d'Or. The whole place was still a mess, but the great thing was that all the injured people were being taken care of. Maria let out a sigh of relief as she witnessed that everyone was being dealt with now. Her state was quite more acceptable than Asael. The red-haired mage had been too busy healing and helping everyone out. Even Saita was exhausted, but even in his tired state, Asael was still worried about Ronan. He wondered if their friend was doing fine. As soon as he said those words, someone walked towards them and asked if someone had called his name. These two were shocked upon seeing the person that called their attention. It was none other than their knight in dirty student clothes, Ronan. He greeted them and praised the efforts of his friends as he had heard all the things they had done to help the blacksmiths. Maria did her best to bring the backups as soon as possible. As for Asael and Saya, their mana had almost been depleted just by saving over half of the craftsmen who were buried. Ronan then asked them if they were hurt somewhere, but his friends blurted out that he was not in a position to ask that question given the situation he was in. Asael and Saida even tried to cast a healing spell on him, but Ronan declined. He stated that he had already received basic treatment a while ago. RMC's attention then shifted as he saw two people being transported. These were Cirilla and Edwan. They were still in a critical state but not life-threatening. Ronan gazed at them with his serious expression and told Maria and Asael that he still had something important to do. A few hours later, at the secret rendezvous for Lalan's convoy, this place was called the Grove Forest Cliff, and a group of people had already gathered here. Navaros and Ronan could be seen positioned right in front of the group. The Sword Saint told Ronan that they were here. While staring at something, huge wings could now be heard flapping. The ones Navaros was talking about were these guys riding enormous bird-like creatures. These were the Lalan escorts. The bird landed right in front of Ronan Navaros, while Seladur and Edwan were still tied and lying there unconscious. These guys immediately greeted and paid their respects to Professor Navaros. Their presence alone was already emitting a dark and eerie vibe. Finally, the person in front, who seemed to be the one in charge, stated that they had come to escort the criminals. Navaros then confirmed that the guys lying on the ground were the ones they came for. She warned the interrogators that the man had an incredible regeneration ability, something they should be aware of while interrogating him. But the leader seemed pleased upon hearing this, as it would really be helpful for their work. This guy even commented that such a fun object had come for the first time in a while. Leoland's escorts then brought Cirilla and Edwan with them. The leader told Navaros that they would be contacting her after the interrogation was over, and with a blank stare, this guy thanked Navaros for her continuous work. For the peace of the Empire. After that, the escorts made their way back to Leoland prison. Ronan and Navaros watched them as they slowly faded from their sight. The Sword Saint broke the silence and told Ronan that 1 week was more than enough for those guys to open their mouths. She would also let him know once she received contact from the escorts. Navaros reminded Ronan to always be prepared to leave at any time. Our MC knew that this was more than enough for now. He then thanked Navaros for the opportunity. This guy was now closer to finding out some clues about the giant beings that destroyed the world in his previous life. So after that, time moved quickly. The restoration of Grand Karaoke proceeded immediately, thanks to the support of the Empire. Ronan also returned and started his training with Navaros. The supplementary class was really aimed at improving our MC's sword skills. A few days after that, in a distant land, something was happening inside the Fortress of Screams, Laulan. Even along the hallways, pleas and screams could already be heard. The interrogation tools had also been set on one of the tables in one of the rooms. One guy was busy picking the teeth of one of the criminals. The interrogator even commented that he got so absorbed that he almost forgot something. This one was talking about the arrival of his guests. It was business as usual in the Fortress of Screams. The interrogator remembered his expected guests and immediately went outside to greet them. It was Ronan and Navaros. This old man politely introduced himself. He revealed that he was the one in charge of the new criminals that were brought there. He would also be their guide for today's visit. The old man gave a bright smile and told them his name, which was Karaka. Karaka asked Navaros if they already wanted to see the criminals right away. The Sword Saint confirmed it, as she planned to hear more of the details along the way. The old man immediately turned around and asked them to follow him. Ronan kept his serious face while staring at Karaka. He then commented on something that caught Navaros's attention. He remarked that the old man was just too nice looking to be a Lalan interrogator. He thought that it was strange. The Sword Saint let out a laugh as she had heard this comment a lot. Turns out everyone says that the first time they meet Karaka, but she reminded Ronan to never judge a book by its cover. Doors had opened, and they had finally entered. As Karaka opened more doors, Navaros told Ronan that soon he would be able to know why this old man was called the worst nightmare here in Laolam prison. Inside, the hallways were only being lit by these large torches. Karaka spoke and told them that the cell of the criminals was not far from them, so he would start briefing them. His kind expression from a while ago had already changed as he revealed the first important information that Ronan and Navaros needed to know. It was the group where the two belonged. It was called Nebula Claire. Navaros replied that this was the first time she had heard of it. She then inquired if this organization was like Kalboro, but Karaka still couldn't confirm anything. However, he was sure that Nebula Clater was far more dangerous. Apparently, the group had already conducted several attacks throughout the Empire. They were able to destroy a place called Namalna Granary and the Magic Engineering Research Facility, Edaman. These guys were now wanted for the large-scale attacks that happened this year. Ronan took note of them and tried to remember this information from his past life, but he knew that he had never heard of them. Karaka then continued, saying he would be giving them more information along the way, but Ronan cut him off to ask something. He mentioned if the criminals they caught ever used the word starlight or the star's advent. This remark shocked the interrogator, as he told him that he hadn't heard that before. Ronan was put in an awkward spot as he was desperate to find more clues. He tried scratching his cheek as he thought of some alibi. All he could think of was that the criminals had said these words while he was fighting them. Karaka was left there speechless. He then held his mask and it was as if something changed. Ronan was still awkwardly trying to get out of the situation, but as he turned his attention to the old man, he saw that Karaka was already filled with an ominous aura. The old man was clearly annoyed. Our MC was stunned. This feeling was completely different from the kind and nice-looking old man from a while ago. He was sure that the atmosphere around them felt heavier. The old man was now done wearing his mask again. Turns out he thought that he had displayed his shortcomings on their first meeting. Karaka was ashamed because of it. This was the very first time he was not able to get all the crucial information he needed from the criminals. As he opened the door of the cell, the old man commented that it seemed he had not shown them his full sincerity. He added that he now had no other choice but to put in all of his effort. Ronan was shocked by what he saw inside the cell. He recalled the smug faces of Edwan and Scylla the first time he met them, and right now their state was far from what he remembered. Edwan was like a shawarma stand waiting for customers. Cyrilla, on the other hand, had clearly been sustaining more injuries. She couldn't even see now. Karaka then spoke. He remarked that the most amazing one was Edwan. This was because he could use dark magic to regenerate his body. While holding something like a stick, the old man asked Ronan if he knew how to get closer to someone like Edwan. He revealed that it was quite simpler than others think, as he pointed to a hot metal in front of him. He revealed that someone should just keep burning Edwan until he could no longer regenerate. The demonstration for the interrogation had already started. This was the very same reason why this place was called the Fortress of Scream. With an ecstatic expression, Karaka exclaimed that this was what he did to criminals to get closer to them. He even considered them his best friends after some time. But this method seemed to prove ineffective now, and that was because of what Ronan had revealed earlier. The old man expressed his disappointment and addressed Edwan. The criminal was still hiding something. Karaka held his silver hair tightly with a piercing glare from his eyes. Karaka asked Edwan if he had broken his promise of being sincere to each other. The guy panicked as he exclaimed that he had told him everything, but Karaka was not convinced because he had not disclosed any information regarding the star's advent. Edwan knew he messed up. He then tried to explain himself, but before he could do that, Karaka reminded him that he could easily turn his attention to Scylla and ask her the questions. Unlike Edwan, the half-elf didn't have any regenerative skills, so it would be really troublesome. This lady was awake all this time. It was evident that her body was trembling from the threats that the old man was saying. She then slowly tried to speak and pleaded to just kill her instead of this slow and painful situation. Ronan stared at her and thought that this was really indeed too much. Even when he was in the disciplinary squad, he didn't witness something like this. Something then came to his mind. Our MC wondered if Edwan could really still hide something from Karaka even after all of what he had done. Ronan started to brainstorm because this didn't make any sense. The identities of the criminals were already exposed and they had nothing to lose now. After a few seconds, he commented that instead of Edwan not saying anything, there was a possibility that he could not even if he wanted to. The old man froze as he heard Ronan's remark. Navaros also got interested in the idea. Our MC further discussed that all of them knew that some insurance methods were being done to soldiers to protect top secrets. Methods like this could be done by using forbidden, cursed magic. They were intended to stop certain information from being disclosed. Kayarka then stopped for a second as he pondered on Ronan's idea. He let go of Edwan and commented that this day had really been a shameful day for him. At first he felt betrayed by his subjects, and now he had missed something so obvious. The old man turned around and asked Ronan and Navaros to wait for him here. He emphasized that he would need to get something to help them make this process easier. A few minutes later, Karaka was back, and Ronan asked what he needed to get a while ago. The old man then brought out something. It was this creature called the Cursed Eye. These ones were known to be monsters that devoured curses. Karaka treated them as pets, as they were really helpful for criminals who were unable to speak due to curses during interrogation. His kind expression changed once again as he approached Adwan. He remarked that they would be starting with him. The cursed eye was now being attached to Adwan's forehead. Kerchair told the creature that it could now eat to its heart's content. The small tentacles from this one started clinging to Adwan. Once it was fully attached, a bright purple light invaded the area. Adwan also screamed in pain. The eye of the creature started glowing up until it changed its color. This was the indication that the process was done. Karaka then told Edwan that he would now start asking him questions again. The first thing he inquired about was the star's advent. Edwan was not able to respond right away, but then words started coming out from his mouth. He said that the star is an eternal entity and it's the only grace that will save the lowly beings on this earth, as the small lights who are waiting for them begin beyond the stars. Cyrilla was startled as she heard the information being leaked out. Leadwan continued to tell them what they do. The organization works to make sure nothing interferes with their long-cherished wish. Cyrilla then shouted for him to stop talking. Karaka spoke and asked for a simpler explanation. He asked if something would soon fall from the sky. The cursed eye continued to eat the curse that prevented Edwan from talking. Soon enough, he revealed that those beings were called the star's children. The room was then filled with an ominous aura. Ronan froze in his position as he heard the revelation. His previous assumptions about these guys were true, and the first thing that came to his mind was the name of the giant that he defeated in his past life. Aho was definitely involved with this. Ronan was not able to hold himself back and started to walk towards Edwan. Karaka tried to stop him, but it was no use. This guy's rage was at its limit. He stared blankly and addressed the criminal. Our MC just asked Edwan if the children of the star that he was referring to was none other than Ahu. This shawarma stand guy was startled by his question. Edwan inquired what Ronan meant with Ahu. His eyes were already emitting blood as he asked our MC how he knew about that being. Edwan was about to talk about Fata Hot more, but then his face became distorted. There was something wrong about him. Ronan noticed this and he didn't know what to do next. Karaka then touched his shoulder and told him to stand back. The old man immediately cast a red magic circle towards Edwan. Bright light was already seeping out of this guy's face, and after a few seconds, Edwan's body burst into millions of pieces. The spell that Karaka cast acted as their shield to protect them from the explosion. The blood was scattered all over the place. He didn't expect something like this to happen. Even though the cursed eye had eaten most of the curse, Edwan still ended up like this. Ormuk was disappointed with the outcome. He asked Karaka if things like this usually happened. The old man said that it was rare for things to get to this point. He revealed that the curse cast on Edwan had two parts. The first part was to not reveal anything about the star's advent to someone who wasn't a member of their organization, and the second layer was to prevent the members from mentioning words related to a hut, otherwise the curse would explode. Since the interrogation was practically done, Karaka then held Ronan and asked about a hawk. The old man thought that a hawk was part of the secret information within Nebula Classier. He was now interrogating Ronan about how he knew about it. This one was already gathering ominous mana in his hand in case something bad happened. With his intimidating glare, he told Ronan that since he was the interrogator handling this case, he really needed to know the truth. Our MC just stared at Karaka while the old man asked him if he would kindly answer him. The intense atmosphere became calm as Ronan started talking. He revealed that he just coincidentally came to know of it. Ronan made an alibi that since he was the first person to aid the chaos in Grand Carpadoi, he caught Cyrilla and Edwan talking about it. He maintained a poker expression as he told him that he just eavesdropped on them. RMC added that at first he thought what he heard back then was not important, but upon coming here he changed his mind. Ronan also apologized to Karaka because he got too excited and interfered with the interrogation. After that, he asked the old man if that was enough for him to believe in. From his lifetime of experience, Karaka knew that it was impossible for this kind of secret information to just be coincidentally acquired. He was sure that Ronan was hiding the truth, but just by looking at Ronan's eyes, he also knew that the young guy was not dangerous to the Empire. The old man wondered if that strong willpower seething from his eyes was because of a great responsibility he was bearing or a conviction. After a few moments, all things became clear to Karaka. The eyes of Ronan were filled with anger towards that said organization. Things were going out of hand, so Navaros held her sword. A green slash was then released. Navaros had this annoyed expression as she commanded Karaka to stop with his questions. Apparently, the sword saint takes it personally if her disciple was being interrogated for something he was innocent of. On top of that, it was being done in front of her. Karaka immediately surrendered the idea and apologized. He remarked that he was just double-checking things. He even playfully commented that he was just being extra careful regarding the matter. As a result, Karaka apologized to Ronan. RMC accepted the apology and noted that he was just glad they had cleared up the misunderstanding. But in the back of his mind, Ronan thought that that was too dangerous. He could easily be held inside this prison for interrogation as well. The old man changed the subject and told everyone that he was still ashamed that he lost one of his precious cursed eyes. They were very hard to kill, unlike most fantastical monsters. Ronan was taken aback as he found out that these tiny monsters were that powerful. Karaka even suggested looking at them closely to appreciate their cuteness. The old man was just about to suggest for Ronan to touch them, but something happened. The cursed eye was acting weird. The color of its eyes had already changed, so it meant that this one just absorbed a curse. Karaka found this unusual. He then wondered where the curse came from, because this one didn't even go near Scylla. The only reasonable idea was that the curse came from Ronan. He recalled that the cursed eye did come close to our MC when he cast the spell that would protect them from the explosion. Karaka then addressed Ronan to get his attention. Ronan asked what was the matter. Without any warning, the old man placed the cursed eye on the hands of our MC. It immediately attached itself. This creature was indeed absorbing a large amount of curses. Its body was starting to change. Ronan stared at it as the cursed eye looked like it was about to overload, and a few seconds later it happened. The cursed eye burst. Its blood was splattered, and Ronan felt disgusted with it. He asked why the creature just exploded. On the other hand, Karaka was somewhat amused because it was the first time the cursed eye was not able to handle the curse that it was trying to absorb. The old man became serious and asked Ronan not to be shocked and to listen to him. Karaka revealed that he thought Ronan was cursed, which took our MC by surprise. Ronan panicked and asked what he was talking about. The old man then started asking questions, and the first one was if Ronan felt something was restricting him regarding his day-to-day movements. Things like when someone can't run or hold objects of steel, things that he was not able to do. Ronan thought of something, and it was the fact that he struggled to feel mana. He tried hiding his expression from Koarka and Navaros, but both of them quickly noticed it. The old man repeated that if Ronan didn't want to share this information with him, he wouldn't ask any further, because it's not like he could solve this issue for him. But he reminded Ronan of one important thing. Judging from the power of the curse, someone had cast a very powerful curse on him, and this one was filled with ill intent. The night became deeper as a few hours had already passed from the interrogation. Karaka, Navaros, and Ronan were already outside the Lothhan prison. The old man thanked them for the visit and noted that he would be contacting them once again as soon as he found a way to lift the curse on Scylla. He bet it would take some time. Navaros understood this and just reminded him to quickly report to her if he found out something. Karaka's gaze was then shifted to Ronan. He commented that it seemed there was a lot going on in our MC's mind right now, which was true because Ronan got startled by this remark. Ronan didn't deny it, he was still thinking about the curse, but Karaka reminded him not to worry too much. After all, Ronan is a Phileon student. Our MC got confused and asked what he meant by that. Karaka then talked about someone who had been attending the academy for some time. The old man was talking about the only mage who knew best about curses. This person was the only one he knew who could help Ronan, and it was Professor Maya's secret. Right now, they were on their way back to the Phileon Academy. Ronan was feeling uncomfortable while traveling, and that was because he kept scratching his eyes. He wondered what was wrong with him. Instructor Navaros noticed this and commented that this student just couldn't stay still. The Sword Saint then inquired if it was really that itchy. Ronan said yes and added that it had been like this for a bit, ever since he was touched by that eyeball monster and confirmed the curse that was within him. Our MC was already getting paranoid, wondering if there was something wrong with him, but Navaros assured him that what he was experiencing right now was one of the most common symptoms that appear when a curse is getting weaker. Ronan was then asked if he knew someone who could be responsible for the curse, but this student noted that he couldn't think of anyone. He even had the guts to tell his instructor that he had just lived the life of a saint until now. The Sword Saint then started thinking if this was really true. As far as she could remember, this kid had been causing trouble every single chance he got. Her attention was then shifted to Ronan when our main character decided to thank her for what she did for him back at Leland. Ronan was talking about the time when Karaka was already about to interrogate him. He noted that the old man's eyes were really scary, and if it weren't for Instructor Navaros, he would have made up some sin that he didn't even commit just to have him confess. The hot instructor just scoffed and let out a sigh. She told Ronan that he didn't need to thank her, as she was just doing what an instructor should do. Our MC looked at her and thought that Instructor Navaros was really a good person. Aside from her monstrous talent in sword fighting, Ronan was starting to like her even more. But as he was thinking about it, he thought of something that felt strange. If Instructor Navaros was this great, why didn't he hear any information about her in his previous life? Ronan then started theorizing about some scenarios that could have contributed to this. He wondered if the Nebula Clouser had something to do with it, but for now he decided not to think about it and just focus on the present. The next day, things were back to normal inside the Phileon Academy. There was also a place called Shuri Forest, known to be a training area for magic students. Inside this massive area lay a specific training ground called Pillar Park. Someone could easily guess where the name came from based on the massive pillars that were scattered all over the place. A voice was also heard near the area, and it welcomed Ronan. This one even noted that it was the first time seeing him again after that day. The one talking was none other than Edison. She had this bright and glowing smile as she noted that if it weren't for Instructor Navaros, she wouldn't be able to meet him again. She asked how Ronan had been since that day, but our MC was just too stunned to respond. He was still not getting used to seeing her like this. On top of that, he was wondering how he would tell her about his promise of advising her not to become a Grand Commander in this life. Ronan started to have some headaches just thinking about it. He still hadn't thought of any way to fulfill this promise. Since he couldn't handle that problem now, our MC decided to just laugh it off. He had this weird and crappy smile while telling Adeshan, "Long time no see." Ronan then asked her as well how she had been since then. Adeshan told him that she had been doing well, especially since almost all of the students were treating her more nicely now. But this weird situation was more noticeable with Carden, who cowered in fear whenever he saw her. With an innocent look on her face, Adeshan commented that it was not a bad feeling. Ronan just stared at her and thought how dumb his Grand Commander was. These two then proceeded to walk and continued their conversation. Adeshan had found out about the curse that Ronan had. Our MC then revealed that it was true and he was looking to meet Professor Secret. This was the main reason why he came to this place. As he looked at his surroundings, Ronan noted that the professor must be quite a unique person based on the pillars around them. Adeshan agreed and added that Professor Secret's office was really unique too, so non-magic students didn't even come there. That meant she was not familiar with this place and had asked a younger magic student for guidance. Adeshan looked around and wondered if that student was still not there. That was the same time when a figure started to materialize in front of her. This one then immediately approached the defenseless Adeshan and buried her head into Adeshan's chest. The student that she was talking about was none other than Elizabeth Alia, and she had this bright and excited expression as she hugged Adeshan. Ronan was caught off guard by this scene. He was really dumbfounded and became more confused as he eavesdropped on their conversation. The two seemed to have an incredible relationship with each other. He then recalled his memory of Elizabeth. From what he could remember, this lady was the one who was yapping about the wolf and sheep thing, but right now it felt like she was a different person. Her intimidating smile was replaced with a beautiful and friendly one. Adeshan then apologized to Elizabeth, whom she addressed as A. She reasoned that she had some urgent matters to attend to, so she needed A's help. But this lady didn't seem to be bothered based on the expression on her face. Elizabeth then asked Adeshan why she needed to meet with Professor Secret, and that was also the time when she noticed something. She looked at Ronan's blank expression. This guy was sweating profusely as he didn't know what would happen to him next. Elizabeth's bright and inviting smile also faded away. It was as if her soul left her body for a bit. Ronan then nervously told her that he was the one who needed to see Professor Secret. He also asked how she had been and addressed Elizabeth as Elias. The esteemed heir of the Elias then screamed in embarrassment. She was not prepared for someone like Ronan to see that side of her. Elizabeth continued screaming, while asking Ronan why he was there. After some time, the area became quiet again. The only ones left here now were Ronan and La. They started going deeper into the forest. A few moments later, both of them arrived in front of this shabby house. Ronan asked La if this was really the office of the professor. Our MC then became suspicious. He asked AAC if she was just planning to bury him here just because he saw something he shouldn't have seen, but his questions made her more annoyed. Elizabeth exclaimed for him to stop calling her A and assured him that she was not going to bury him. She stomped her feet with annoyance as she commanded Ronan to just follow her. While they were walking, Ronan looked at Elizabeth. He thought that it was a bit unexpected for someone like her to be friends with his Grand Commander. But then he recalled that Adeshan also showed him the pendant of Osis, which meant that she received massive support from the noble family. Our MC now wondered how the two of them met. Avin held the doorknob. She opened the door and revealed an almost empty house except for the fact that there was this old lady sitting on a rocking chair. Ronan stared at the old lady and thought of something. He wondered if she was Professor Maya Seek. Elizabeth answered his question and told him not to get ahead of himself. She revealed that there was still one more step, which made our MC confused. Ellie then went in front of the old lady. Ronan followed her and observed what Elizabeth was talking about. The lady then put her hand forward and she started emitting this purple mana. She also reminded Ronan of one thing with a serious expression. She told him to just stay still and not do anything. Our MC agreed. Elizabeth then started chanting. She uttered the word Keepa, followed by Lunar Dilim, and the last one was the word Open. She also cast her own mana and directed it in front of her. The room was then filled with an ominous aura. Both of them just stood right there. Ronan looked at the old lady again just to confirm it. He noted that nothing happened as the old lady maintained her eyes closed, but then her mouth opened and it became weirdly enlarged. The next thing Ronan knew was that the old lady turned into a titan-like being, and it was ready to devour them. He panicked and exclaimed, "What the hell is this thing?" Ellie maintained her composure and assured Ronan that there was nothing to be afraid of. She also noted that this was the real office of the professor. After that, these two students were transported. The new place was filled with books and looked like a huge library. The name of this place was Sephiroth. Ronan observed his surroundings. He noted that the previous one was just the entrance. He was just about to comment that things around this place were weird, but then a person appeared behind them. This one had already expected the arrival of Ronan, as Instructor Navaros had already informed Professor Secret about him. Ronan heard her voice and turned his head around, and he was caught off guard by what he saw. Professor Secret had already appeared in front of him and she tried reaching for his eyes while floating in the air. She noted that there was really something very vicious within our MC. This right here was the continent's best cursed magic user, Maya Secret. She also had a special trait. She was already 83 years old. She further checked Ronan and noted that things had become more interesting. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if this little kid in front of him was really the esteemed professor. This one noticed Ronan's reaction. She quickly reassured him with a kind smile that he didn't have to be surprised. Professor Secret explained that she had her reasons for portraying herself like this. She added that she was already over 80 years old, which shocked our MC. Ronan was about to inquire how she made herself look younger, but then she cut him off to tell him that they should just focus on his purpose for coming to her. Professor Secret then snapped her fingers. Multiple chords with ancient letters appeared all of a sudden. She iterated that relieving the curses that enveloped Ronan was more important. Our MC was bewildered as he looked at these ancient letters around him. He wondered what the hell they were. Professor Secret analyzed each one of them and commented that she didn't expect this amount of curses. Ronan even had ancient curses that were close to their root of origin. This was certainly dangerous. It would also be impossible for normal curse magic users to touch something like this. Our MC then protested and asked if these said curses could still be relieved from him. Luckily, Professor Secret assured him that even with this amount of curses, she could handle them. A magic circle then appeared below Ronan. Professor Secret revealed that she came prepared for these kinds of things. She then told Ronan to listen up. She informed our MC that from that point onwards she would be materializing the curses in his body in an imaginary world within his consciousness. As for Ronan, he only needed to do one thing when he found the root of the curse that binds him, and that was to slash it down. Ronan repeated what she said and confirmed if that was all he needed to do. His face was full of confusion. He wanted to know how he would identify the curse and how he would slash it. Professor Secret assured him that he would be able to recognize it the moment he came across it. Without any warning, the professor emitted this blue mana on her hand and pointed her fingers at Ronan. She poked his forehead and whispered, "Best of luck." Her finger glowed in bright blue light as if it reacted to Ronan's body. The next thing our MC knew was that he was falling in an imaginary space. He was not expecting this and thought, why was this all of a sudden? His expression then changed. After a few seconds, his surroundings had materialized. Ronan was transported to a world that was based on his memories. He then turned around to check out things, and as soon as he did this, he recognized a familiar place. Right in front of him was his house, the very same one where he had spent most of his life with his sister. While wondering if the root of the curse came from inside his house, someone with silver hair came running across him. He was still staring at the house when this person passed by. Ronan heard a familiar voice and he was immediately frozen in shock. The voice came from Enroll, and this timeline was when they were still young. The house had this homey feeling. Enroll could be seen staring at a baby. She commented about how cute he was. She turned her head around and asked the person beside her why Ronan was always sleeping. She wondered if he was sick somewhere. The person she asked then answered her question. She said that babies need to sleep a lot to grow, just like when she was still a baby. This lady right here was the mother of Ronan, Enroll. She looked a lot like Ronan, but with a more innocent face. Ronan's mother then added that if Ronan turned out to be sick later on, Enroll should take good care of him because she was now his older sister. Enroll happily accepted the responsibility and exclaimed that she would be protecting him forever. This conversation was now being watched by Ronan, and he was now sure that this scene from his house was back when he had just been born. He looked at the baby inside the cradle and wondered if this innocent-looking one was really him. Ronan had his face in disbelief, as he couldn't believe that he had a phase when he was this cute. Since he regressed, he already forgot that he was also a baby. Taking in all the information he was seeing, he concluded that he was looking at his past now. He thought that he couldn't remember any of this. Then, the vibe of the room changed. The door slowly opened, and a man with an ominous and fierce aura appeared. Ronan immediately felt that the atmosphere suddenly felt too heavy. He knew someone else just entered the house, but there was one problem. His hands were trembling in fear, and his body couldn't even move. The mysterious person passed him, and he wondered who the hell this bastard was. Meanwhile, the said person was happily greeted by Errol and his mother. His mom even commented that she didn't expect the person to be back this early. The unknown person said something, but Ronan was not able to hear any words. It was as if something blocked it. His mother answered the unknown person's question, and she said that Ronan was in the cradle right behind her. She was sure that this person must have been curious about what the baby looked like. His mother smiled and was just about to say that Ronan looked like him, but then the unknown person started emitting a dark aura from his hand. He chanted some words while casting a spell towards Ronan's mother. A few seconds later, she was already dazed. She still tried to ask what was going on, but it was already too late. Ronan's mother fell on the ground as she lost consciousness. Errol saw all of this and was confused. Meanwhile, Ronan felt a bit of anger. He knew that something was wrong. Errol addressed the unknown person and asked why her mom suddenly fell, but then the same spell was also cast towards her, and just like her mother, she lost consciousness. Ronan panicked and exclaimed the name of Errol. RMC was furious. Someone just barged in and did something to his mother and sister. He already forgot that what he was seeing right now was from his memory, so he tried to stop the unknown person, but something stopped him. The same ancient curse spell appeared on the unknown person's hand, and he was now on his way towards Ronan. Our MC knew that these really were the same ones that came out from his body when Professor Secret applied her magic to him. A few seconds later, a bright light enveloped the area, and Ronan blocked his view. He gritted his teeth and concluded that this unknown person was the culprit, the root of his curse that he should slash down. Professor Secret's remark was on point. He would just feel the root. Meanwhile, outside the memory realm, Professor Secret's hands trembled. She commented that even though she came prepared to extract the curse, her mana still hit rock bottom while maintaining the spell. She revealed that the curse that Ronan had was just too ridiculous. Elizabeth then inquired on how many curse spells were in our MC's body. The professor answered that, strength aside, the number would be around roughly 10. This lady stuttered as she couldn't believe that there were that many. Elizabeth then concluded that it was no wonder why the esteemed professor's mana was draining out. Extracting this much curse would really take its toll, but Secret stopped her and told her student that that was not the case. With a serious expression, she revealed that the number of curses she was facing right now was just one. Ronan continued to watch the mysterious person standing beside his cradle. Both Errol and his mom were lying on the ground, but he couldn't seem to do anything. A hand with an ominous blue aura was then placed above him. The atmosphere inside the room also changed. The mysterious person spoke and cast a spell on Ronan, but our MC couldn't understand it as the words were encrypted. After a few seconds, the person was done and was on his way out. He also said some words towards Errol and Ronan's mom, but they were not able to hear it as they were still unconscious. The mysterious person then walked past Ronan. His hair was now more visible, and it was silver. The moment the door was shut, our MC was able to move his hand again. He immediately noticed it and thought that the restriction had been released. Ronan exclaimed and hurriedly ran towards his mom and his sister. He called their names and checked if they were all right. Our MC stopped panicking as soon as he noticed something. Both of these two were just practically asleep. Nothing dangerous had happened to them. Ronan let out a sigh of relief and he placed both of his hands on his face. He gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself down. He reminded himself that there was only one thing he could do in an imaginary world. He then prepared his body and was about to stand up. Ronan gripped his sword tightly and figured that he could rip apart and kill the bastard that did this to him and his family. The door of their house was still shut, but after a few seconds, multiple red slashes appeared. Ronan ran out from the house with incredible speed. He didn't have the patience to just open the door and decided to slash it open as well. But then something stopped him in his tracks. The mysterious person who placed a curse on him was just standing right there. He wondered and asked if he had been waiting for him. With a serious expression, Ronan also inquired if the mysterious person had some business that he needed to settle with him too. But all of his questions were left unanswered, as this one just stood there while staring at Ronan. He didn't even dare to break the silence. Ronan got furious because of it. He then asked how dare he mess with his family in front of his eyes while screaming at the top of his lungs that he would never forgive the mysterious person. Our MC then rushed his way towards him. The man emitted the same ominous blue aura around his hand, but Ronan didn't really care. His focus was to slash him once and for all. Meanwhile, the mysterious person's aura had already materialized into a dark sword. Our MC swung his sword and his attack met with the mysterious person. His body trembled as he figured that something was wrong. All of his strikes were being replicated by his opponent. He wondered what the hell was going on. It even confused him as to why a mere curse managed to conjure and wield a sword. To top it all off, the movements of his opponent were more fluid than his. Ronan knew that he was clearly losing this battle. Traces of slashes were evident around his body. He was clearly being overpowered. The mysterious person then had the same pose Ronan used when about to finish a battle, and in a split second he dashed and landed a clean and devastating strike against our MC. Ronan coughed out blood as his body caught up with what happened. He was now on his knees, cursing how the battle had turned out. but as blood dripped on his face, he thought that there was no way he would let things be like this. The only problem was that Ronan's swordsmanship couldn't even touch his opponent. RMC then wondered if the mysterious person was sending him away because he knew that he couldn't do anything. The thought of it made him furious, and he reminded himself that he should stop making a fuss and stand up. While staring at the back of his opponent, Ronan figured that he still had a lot of questions to ask him. He gathered all of his strength and managed to stand up. He also exclaimed that he was still not done yet. With a more desperate look on his face, he asked the man why the hell he did that to them. He recalled the expressions of Errol and his. He knew that both of them wouldn't make such expressions with some random strangers. Things were starting to make more sense now. Ronan felt the affection, the same as when Errol looked at him, and no matter how he thought about it, it only meant one thing. Our MC burst into anger as he exclaimed that the person in front of him was that person. He couldn't even admit and call him by his name. He asked him once again why the hell he did that, but he didn't get any response. Red aura then enveloped Ronan's body as he figured that he would really not get any answers from him. He gripped his sword as he recalled what the mysterious person did to Errol and his mother. Additionally, a curse was cast on him. Since this was clearly a lost cause, Ronan dashed towards his opponent. He had put all of his heart into this attack, but the mysterious person was still not moving. Finally, our MC screamed that this person right here had no right to call himself their father. Even with all the provocations, Ronan's father just stared at him. He had the same eyes, just like Ronan. He didn't move even if the blade was already near his neck. Ronan's father, the caster of the curse, just closed his eyes and accepted his fate. The attack went through. Things happened quickly.